Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of CHIL 2023. My name is Matthew McDermott. I'm one of the co-program chairs for CHIL 23. So I'm just going to give some quick opening remarks before we get into the session today. So yesterday, we heard from 3 excellent keynotes by Dr. Dina Denmer-Fushman about the future of biomedical QA, Dr. Ben Glocker on safe deployment of medical imaging AI, and Dr. Jun Cheng on biomedical sequence modeling. We also had 8 oral presentations from accepted works and a fantastic poster session and panel discussion on health data sharing. Now, a few housekeeping things before we get started. First, remember to keep your badges for day 3, which will be at the Stata Center, MIT Building 32. Check your email later today for more details on where to find that building and how to enter and where we are in there. Remember that the restrooms in this building are out this door and to the left on this floor by the stairs. As a reminder, all participants are requested to follow the Code of Conducts and Community Guidelines, which are posted on the CHIL website. Last but not least, we also, if you are tweeting about the conference, the hashtag is shown there to make sure we can all see all the great content that people are finding for the event. Now, before we move into the content today, one last thing is I'm very happy to announce some details about CHIL 2024, which will happen in late June in New York City. And to do this, I'd like to bring up the Herman L. von Helmholtz Professor at MIT of EECS and IMS, Marzia Ghassemi, as well as the Associate Professor of Population Health Sciences and Director of the Institute of AI for Digital Health at Weill Cornell Medicine and Cornell University, Fei Wang. So Marzia and I will be the co-general chairs of CHIL 2024, and Fei will be the program chair of this event. And we all are very excited to host this event and excited to see many of you there as well. It will take place in late June at Cornell Tech in New York City. And you'll hear much more about that later as details and things are finalized. Now, I think that's good, you guys. With that, we can actually move into our content for today. So the first keynote session that we'll hear today is by Dr. Munmun de Choudhury, who is an associate professor of interactive computing at Georgia Tech. She has pioneered computational techniques for improving mental health outcomes using ethically analyzed social media data. Her interdisciplinary approach merges machine learning and natural language analysis and insights from social, behavioral, and health sciences. She's been recognized with numerous prestigious awards, including the 2023 SIG Chi Societal Impact Award, and her groundbreaking work has been featured in major outlets like the New York Times and the BBC. Dr. de Choudhury has affiliations with Harvard's Berkman Klein Center and Microsoft Research and holds a PhD from Arizona State University. So please join me in welcoming Dr. de Choudhury for her talk, and we'll go ahead and get started.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Matthew, and all the organizers. It's such an honor and pleasure to have a chance to speak with you today. And this is my first CHIL, so I'm really trying to chill here. All right, so today I'm going to be talking to you about some of the research that my collaborators, students, and we have been doing over the last almost a decade at the intersection of machine learning, social media, and mental health. And I'll be talking to you about what some of the potentials we have seen at this intersection, what kind of futures are possible, but importantly, what are we missing and how do we move forward from here? And I'll be telling you a little bit about a couple of different ways of engagement with stakeholders, which is so important when you're trying to take academic research out into the real world. Before I get started, given the nature of the work that I'll be reviewing, I do have a content warning. So I will be talking about serious mental illnesses, suicide, and other related aspects. So I do request caution and self-care strategies to any members of the audience who might be impacted. All right, so trying to help people with mental health challenges. That's an important question. I hope we all agree. But actually, it's not a new question that we are asking. This question has existed, I would say, since antiquity, except that the answers have changed across cultures, across millennia, as our understanding of the human condition has evolved over time, whether it is in the face of innovations in science, in chemistry, biology, medicine, and psychology. But if you look back, this question of trying to help people, trying to cure and treat mental health challenges has existed actually for the last 7,000 years, as long as back human civilization goes, Except that, the history and the evolution of how we do that is not a flattering story. But the reason we want to recount on it is because it does explain a great deal about why the landscape looks the way it does today, and importantly, where do we go next after it. So let's quickly recap what has happened in mental health treatment over the last 100 or so years. So psychoanalysis is considered the first scientific paradigm of mental health, and it originated, as you probably know, in the 19th century in the work of renowned psychologist Sigmund Freud, in his work known as the Project for a Scientific Psychology. Then we had invention of pharmacology treatment in the last 70 years, and we had antidepressants, which came into the picture in the mid and late 20th century, and we saw two paradigms emerge from that. One was where we had clinicians and researchers who were starting to think about a biological psychiatry paradigm, which were describing mental disorders as dysfunctions of brain physiology. And then we had learning, behavioral, and cognitive scientists who started to think of the person as essentially a learner, a person who would actively interpret the situation they are in, and that has given rise to what we all know as the cognitive behavioral therapy, something that is state of the art in mental health treatment. What these paradigms tell us is that indeed we have come a long way, right, from in the last 7,000 years, as I was saying. So we are no longer trying to relieve people of evil spirits. We are not trying to put people in asylums mostly, or we are not trying to conduct lobotomies. But we still have a problem. And why are we still asking this question today in 2023? And that's because we have prevalent social stigma. We have systemic barriers. We have gaps in care. And we have deep-seated disparities which are continuing to fail our efforts to help individuals with mental health challenges. So if I were to borrow from the language of Thomas Kuhn, as you all know, in his famous work, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, the question is, what can computing broadly, the field, do to close some of these existing gaps that we still have? And what could the next paradigm shift in mental health look like? Turns out it is something that we all have at least heard about, if not working in, and that's called digital mental health. Okay, so in the initial part of this talk, I'll take the opportunity to share with you some of the highlights of the work that we have been doing, where we have appropriated social media data and other forms of online and digital data, particularly digital trace data, in order to reason and hopefully change the trajectory of mental health in different contexts, whether individuals, communities, or populations. The question is, why social media, right? So if you think about mental health challenges, they are known to be characterized by a variety of different latent processes, right? And that includes things like negative perspectives, self-focused attention, loss of self-worth and self-esteem, and social disengagement. So if you look at social media today, a lot of these latent processes are today present in our social media activities. Not just present, they are being recorded, and they can be observed longitudinally. And at the same time, social media platforms are turning out to be places where people are going. It's a part of their life today, especially young people. And people are engaging in candid discussions of a variety of different mental health challenges. So as my talk today will show, this is an opportunity for us to think about this evolving and emergent field of digital mental health, and thinking about what can this source of information tell us about both diagnosis, but also influencing trajectory of treatment, connecting people with timely help and care at a scale and capacity that may have been difficult to envision before. I'll start by highlighting some of the work exactly from 10 years ago that laid the foundation of this work, of this research. We wanted to explore at that point in time what kind of essentially what today we call digital phenotypes of major depressive disorder could be associated with a clinical diagnosis of a significant mental health. Can we actually identify those digital phenotypes from people's social media activities? So we set out to find individuals who had a history of depression and a clinical diagnosis of major depression, and we invited these people to contribute contribute to donate their Twitter feeds with us. We also gave them a psychometric instrument, which is a standardized screening tool that is still used at the point of care. And there are a few of them. The one that we used here was the Center for Epidemiologic Studies of Depression, or CESD scale. All right, so these people donated their data. We also identified a control group, so these individuals did not have a diagnosis of major depression. And then we operationalized a variety of different measures that could be gathered or gleaned from these social media feeds. So we had about an year of data from the Twitter feeds that preceded the onset of the illness, which was identified as them being diagnosed by major depression. And we looked for those signals, or what is present in their Twitter feeds in that 1 year leading up to the onset. We were successful in identifying a variety of different signals, which I'll come to in some other work in a few minutes. But here what we found was that this was the first time we could identify that this source of information has valuable signals in terms of language, in terms of people's activities and engagements on these platforms that could predict the onset of major depression in these individuals going forward. We took that work forward, and we wanted to understand that what can this type of an approach tell us about public health outcomes and efforts. So we used this classifier to develop an index, a population level index, which would essentially tell us spatiotemporal associations or assessments of depressive disorder. And this index, we found that was actually pretty well correlated with prevalences of depression that was noted in the temporally most adjacent survey, which is a standardized behavioral risk factor surveillance survey administered by the Department of Health Services every few years to assess major depression and other mental illnesses every few years. But not just that, the index was not just essentially provided as concurrent validity to a public health phenomena, but it actually gave us insights at different granularities in terms of geography and time, which surveys are limited in providing us with. For instance, we were able to find how experiences of depression varied across US cities and states, across demographics like sex, and also over time, for instance, diurnal and seasonal pattern. All right, so taking a step back, what this formative research told us was that we can think about computational and machine learning approaches that could be applied to different forms of digital trace data. In this case, it was social media. And this can tell us a lot about people's mental health, which could be assessed more efficiently and more frequently. Over the years, we didn't stop there. We continued doing this work. For instance, quickly, I'm going to walk you through some examples. So here we found that these approaches that we developed did generalize, and the findings did generalize to other settings. For instance, in this work, we asked the question, if we are to look at mental health conversations that are happening online, can we identify how those conversations could shift to being more alarming? In this case, could we identify when people start experiencing suicidal thoughts? For this, we looked at discussions around people self-disclosing their mental health challenges on a variety of different online communities on the platform Reddit. And we developed a propensity score matching framework. As you can imagine, it's primarily a causal question that we are asking: to what extent language and social media can signal future suicidal ideation. And we were able to identify the effects of linguistic constructs from other kinds of observed confounding factors that might be associated with suicidal ideation. And we were able to identify specific types of language that increased somebody's propensity for suicidal ideation or decreased it going forward. Here are some examples of the types of linguistic constructs that we found to be associated through this causal analysis. And you would see that, just by comparing visually even the types of words across the two sides of this slide. This does give theoretical validity to some of these linguistic cues. For instance, we observe that when people transition to talking about suicidal ideation, that tends to be associated with things like heightened self-attention focused. People are showing reduced social engagement. There is a manifestation of hopelessness, anxiety, and so on. In some other work, we extended and showed generalizability in a different context, yet again. So not at the individual level, but we looked at specific situated communities. So we found that in this work, that social media conversations that happen in these situated communities, in this case, college campuses, could actually be a barometer of how that community is feeling at any point in time. And why would you ever care about that for a college campus, except for the fact that a lot of us are associated with college campuses? The reason this question can be important is because it can tell us how communities respond to crisis. And what we did in this follow-up work was that we looked at mass shootings or gun violence incidents that have been affecting many college campuses over the last several years. And we wanted to see how do these conversations change, and can we identify the kinds of mental health impacts that these events have on these situated communities. We adopted an interrupted time series based methodology here in order to identify what happens after these incidents compared to before. And we found that they're very distinctive temporal and linguistic changes that these situated communities experience. For instance, reduced cognition, more death-related conversations, but also we saw that the emergence of solidarity in these conversations, which was unique and is considered often associated with the aftermath of communities in crisis. And then most recently, we wanted to look at the COVID-19 pandemic and learn about what kind of impacts did the pandemic have on the mental health of people. And we found that COVID-19 had so many disruptions, and this is the first 18 months of the pandemic. It did have significant personal and collective implications for people's mental health. One thing that was very interesting for us to find here is that over the course of these 18 months of the pandemic, we did see heightened levels of things like depression, anxiety, stress, and suicidal ideation compared to a similar period from the year before when we didn't have the pandemic. But there was also a plateauing effect of these experiences over time, which was interesting to us in that how we were forced to adapt to that new normal. But there was a positive outcome in these observations as well, and that was people's self-disclosures and support-seeking behaviors around mental health. And we found that actually also had an increase during the pandemic. That was not quite the case the year before, meaning that maybe in some ways, this collective experience of the pandemic had a normalizing effect on conversations about mental health, and more people were just willing to come to an anonymous, semi-anonymous platform like social media to discuss their mental health challenges, and that's a win for public health efforts. So we were not the only ones. These potentials of social media data have been observed by other very illustrious scholars in different contexts, platforms, mental health domains, populations, and so on. And here's a small sampling of that large body of work. The question is, you might be wondering, if things are so great, what is the next step in this line of work, right? Are we ready for real-world deployment or use of these models? And if not, what is preventing us from pursuing those directions? That's what I'm going to be talking to you about next. So despite the successes that I highlighted, there are a number of issues that we need to pay attention to when we think about this emergent field. These are questions of agency and power. These are about the people whose data is being collected, whose data is being analyzed, and who are the people we want to help at the end of the day, right? What is their agency in this type of a research effort? And do they have the power to influence how these algorithms are actually used and deployed in the real world? The questions of unintended negative consequences. Social media is so unique. It is not a source of health data, right? But clearly, it has signals about our health and well-being. That means that if not appropriately handled, these kinds of insights can be misappropriated and misused and lead to many unintended negative consequences. We already know employers look at social media feeds of prospective employees, and these kinds of assessments about mental health can have severe implications for questions of social justice. And importantly, there are questions of ethics, right? I mean, this is a very vulnerable population. Sometimes people have the capability of consent, other times they don't. Sometimes we deal with young people who legally cannot consent. So there are many complexities around how do you go about actually not just doing this kind of work, but taking that research out of the ivory tower into the real world, right? And us as researchers, what is our role and our responsibility in ensuring that any of these negative consequences are prevented? So in the remainder of the talk, as a way to address these challenges, I'm going to be telling you about a theoretical lens that can help us begin to navigate these complexities. It can be an approach where we not only pay attention to the technical innovation, but also pay attention to some of these other aspects that need to go hand in hand, and thinking about these three things as part of the research process itself, not as afterthoughts that is part of, a nice discussion at the end of the research. Okay, the particular research lens that I'm going to be talking about is called the Action Research Framework, which some of you may have heard about. It's actually it's been around for a while, especially in the qualitative social sciences, and it's essentially a philosophy. It's not just a method or a lens. It's a philosophy whose goal is to make transformative change. And the way it does it is through that circle that you see on the slide, which is you do research, but you also take action at the same time, and those two things are connected through a process of critical reflection. So it is a cyclic process. It's a circle of steps. And this is pretty common if you look at qualitative social science fields to adopt this kind of a framework, except that when we talk about computational and machine learning approaches in digital health, broadly speaking, we don't have any guidance on how would you go about doing this kind of adopting this kind of a paradigm in this work, which can be very valuable to tackle some of these challenges I described earlier. So I'm going to talk about two case studies here, which are partnerships with very diverse digital mental health stakeholders, and hopefully that gives you at least one example or a couple of examples of how would you go about adopting this kind of a research approach or a lens into the work that we do. This first case study is an ongoing collaboration. It started back in 2016 and 17 between my research group at Georgia Tech and Northwell Health. And our project is called Thrive. And within Thrive, we are exploring how these types of online digital trace data, such as from social media, it could provide essentially a new kind of lens, importantly, a source of collateral information that can help us reduce, maybe even prevent significant mortality and morbidity when it comes to at-risk individuals, when it comes to connecting people with appropriate and tailored treatment. There are many questions of interest within the Thrive project. The one that I'm going to be talking to you about briefly as a part of this case study is the question of relapse, right? So why is relapse so important to clinicians? So our Northwell clinician collaborators see patients, and one of the things that they struggle with is that they relapse. And this is especially true for people with serious mental illnesses, such as schizophrenia. In fact, there are studies that say that almost 80% of patients, even though they are in treatment, technically, they can relapse over a period of 5 years. So it's very important to identify what could be precipitating a relapse, except that right now, knowledge of relapse to a clinician is retrospective, meaning that they get to know of a relapse after a relapse has happened, which is when the patient comes back to the health system and their symptoms have exacerbated so much that they have to be hospitalized, right? So how do we change that status quo? Are there things in the social media activities of people that could signal a forthcoming relapse so that the clinician and the patient can now work together to prevent that from happening if possible at all? So this study is based on a small sample of data, which looks small, but I can assure you it's very difficult to recruit from that population. This is about a little over 100 early psychosis patients, largely young people. Half of them had experienced at least one relapse. Here, relapse is defined as a hospitalization. That is something to remember because it'll come up in a couple of slides, how we define relapse. So these individuals donated their Facebook feeds, among other data, which I'm not talking about here. And actually, we had overwhelming support from these individuals who agreed to donate their Facebook data, as well as give us permission to access their medical records. This gave us to very rich longitudinal data at the individual level. So now, remember, our question is about predicting relapse, right? The natural thing to a lot of computer scientists might come up is that, yeah, I mean, you have the ground truth. This is a pretty straightforward supervised learning problem, right? Except that it is not for the following reasons. In our conversations with clinicians, it became apparent that relapse is a pretty rare event, right? So even though a lot of people experience relapse, but in the large scheme of things, it is a rare event for a person. And machine learning techniques are not so good at handling rare events. But importantly, there is also a lot of clinical heterogeneity, meaning that every person's experience of relapse is different. And clinicians know that because they understand every person's history of their symptoms. So they know when the person is moving away from whatever is their baseline set of symptoms. But person A's relapse is going to look very different from person B's relapse, and that makes it difficult for machine learning approaches to learn when there is so much heterogeneity. But importantly, there are also no true negative examples here, right? That's because for any individual, they have a likelihood of relapse at any point in time, and we don't know when. It could be tomorrow, it could be 6 months later, 6 years later, and so on. So given this, we thought that what if we devised a machine learning approach that would mimic how clinicians approach this question of relapse. The way clinicians approach this is what I just said a little while back, which is for an individual, for a patient, they look at aberrations in their activities, behaviors, and symptoms. So we were like, what if our machine learning approach were to also look for those aberrations? Turns out that there is a whole subfield called anomaly detection. So we looked at essentially these periods of health and periods of relapse for every individual, and that we tried various durations of that. And the idea is to identify those periods of relapse, which essentially would be these anomalies for our model. I'm going to quickly talk about what we found through this approach. We found that for specificity, which for anomaly detection is flipped, meaning that relapses correctly predicted as relapses, and we did pretty well. We had an accuracy of 79% in that. But where we were not doing so well is sensitivity, meaning that for a lot of these cases, our model was thinking that they are relapses, but when we looked at the ground truth, they were not. They were healthy periods. So the question is, and this is the potential of using an action research approach, is that you have that cycle of action and research that is connected with each other. We wanted to investigate, okay, the model works in some settings, it doesn't in others, and the question is why, right? Because if we want these models to be useful in the real world, we need to be understanding where it can fail. And clearly, here it is not doing so well. It's misidentifying certain periods in some individuals to be relapses, but they turned out, they're not. So we went back to the medical records of these patients, which also we had permission to access. And we found that for these false negative time periods, from our model, for about half of them, we had access to unstructured clinical notes. And in those clinical notes, for almost 90% cases, we found that there was meaningful information present. The clinician had noted that this person's symptoms did exacerbate compared to the last time they saw them. But the clinician at that point in time didn't feel that the symptoms had exacerbated enough that this person needed a hospitalization, which, remember, is our ground truth. So now this is what is unique about and not unique about machine learning models, is that that whole context is missing. What it really knows is that the person was hospitalized or not due to a relapse, and clearly in these cases the person was not. So our ground truth looks like as if the person was healthy. But when our model was looking at the Facebook data, it did pick up those exacerbations and symptoms, which, by the way, the clinician had also noted. That is why these cases look like as if they're mispredictions of anomalies, but maybe depending upon how we define anomalies, maybe they're not, right? All right, so to wrap up this case study, what it tells us is that, when we start to build machine learning models in a way that mimics clinicians' approach to diagnosis and treatment, we can go a long way in not just doing well in the things that machine learning is good at, but also in helping us understand those disconnects between the model and the clinician, and how do we navigate that, right? So I'm going to shift gears here. I'm going to come back to reflect on this work in a little bit towards the end, but I'm going to shift gears and tell you about the second case study. This is also some work that is founded on a collaborative action research approach, but with a very different stakeholder and in a different context. This work is in partnership with a collaboration with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC. We have been working with them since 2018 on a variety of different projects of injury prevention, and suicide prevention is one of the topics that we have worked together. Our project is called Reduce. What we were interested in here is an alarming statistic, which I'm guessing a lot of you know about, which is the rates of suicide in the US have been increasing. It increased until the last couple of years, but in young people, it's been increasing. And people disadvantaged or underserved in healthcare are particularly affected. So for instance, suicide in Black youth has been rising over the last 20 years. So we have an urgent public health problem right now. But the irony is that despite this urgency, we don't have real-time data to tackle this problem. CDC, to make its public health decision, uses death data of suicide deaths that actually has a lag of 1 to 2 years, meaning that the policy decisions that are happening in 2023 in the US are based on data that is from 2021 or maybe latest 2022. That is a huge problem when you have a trajectory of an event that is changing. It's not the same. What things look like in 2021 are just not the same in 2023. The question is, how do we change that, right? How do we find a way to gather that real-time information about suicide so that folks like the CDC or the government could be more empowered to make evidence-based decisions on policies and interventions? That was our goal here. And we wanted to see is that, are there specific types of health or non-health sources of information which do have that real-time element, which could be brought together to build essentially an estimator or forecasting tool of national suicide rates. So here we developed a two-phase machine learning pipeline, and we looked at a variety of different disparate and complementary sources of signals. So these were health services data, for instance, visits to the emergency department in different parts of the country. We looked at calls that were placed on the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, calls that were made on the Poison Center Lifeline due to overdose and similar reasons. We looked at economic, macroeconomic, and meteorological data, and what I'm an expert in, which is online data. So we looked at social media and search engine trends here. So we brought it all together, and the idea was to maximally extract the signal from each individual data source, as you see on the left of the slide, and then intelligently bring it all together so that we capture the strengths of the signals from each source, but we are able to counteract the weaknesses, their relative weaknesses. And the reason this sort of an ensemble approach makes a lot of sense here is that if you look at any single data source, it has a question of generalizability, right? Not everybody talks about their mental health in social media. Not everybody shows up at the emergency department when they're experiencing a crisis, or not everybody picks up the phone and calls the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Different sets of population do, and when we are trying to tackle a public health problem, it is important to have that sort of a complementary approach, which is what this type of framework achieves. What did we find here? So not a surprise, if you look at the very bottom row here, when we look at all data sources together, we do pretty well. And not just well, we do exceptionally well. If you look at the annual estimated rate of suicide throughout the country, we are within an error rate of 1%. Obviously, single data sources don't do so well because, again, this question of being able to tap into a specific population versus learning from diverse populations. So when we build these ensembles that combine different data sources together, we continue to do better. What this work tells us is that if we are to appropriate some of these digital trace data to influence public health policy, we have to think broadly about representation and generalizability, right? A lot of us have heard about the Google flu trends, which used to be the poster child of big data back in 2008, until it started to poorly perform and had to be taken down in 2012 after it estimated the rates of influenza by twice of what the actual rates were. We don't want the history to repeat. And what do we have to do to prevent that is that not rely on a single data source. Rely on these diverse multiple data sources that taps into maybe some of these populations which may be otherwise not represented in other more conventional sources. I know a lot of people who go to social media to talk about their mental health challenges. They're never going to show up at the emergency department, never going to pick up the phone to call and talk to a human, and vice versa. So what this tells us is that not only if we want to influence public health policy, we focus on these diverse data sources, but also the question is which data sources would complement each other. That can be an important question for us to answer as we devise these algorithms and deploy them in the real world. All right, so these look like promising, but I would note that they're far from complete. And in the last couple of minutes, I'm going to be talking to you about what we see as a path forward in this space. And I've been writing quite a bit about it in recent years, thinking both about sort of modeling these kinds of non-health data like social media, what it means for digital mental health, but also thinking about implementation, right? You have very complex aspects such as who owns the data when it comes to social media. Turns out they are the tech corporations. What rights do people have to take their data? What rights do clinicians have to access their data, and so on? So I'm going to not touch on those aspects. I think we have been talking about those things quite a bit in recent years. I'm going to talk about something else, which is that future that I was talking about earlier. Real-world translation, taking algorithms from the ivory tower and having them work in the real world. We all want that. But there are still impediments to that, right? The natural question that a lot of tech people here would ask is that, yeah, maybe our algorithms are still not good enough. But the truth is, maybe that's the wrong question to ask. The right question to ask is that we know that the algorithms are not going to work all the time. The question is, how do we support graceful failure, knowing that in some situations these algorithms are not going to work, and others they are? So how do we incorporate this philosophy of doing no harm, as the Hippocratic Oath goes, when we design these machine learning systems, knowing that in some situations they're going to fail? And the reason this is very important is that some of our work with helpline callers have said that people have mistrust in the health system, and people want these systems to be integrated into the way they pursue care. People in mental health have different pathways to care. And when we think about these algorithms and we think about bringing them into the real world, it's not just that performance that we should be caring about, but we have to think about how these interventions, these technical interventions, can be part of a socially situated and structurally influenced pathway of care that is unique to every person who experiences a mental health challenge. The next aspect is, questions of social justice, and I touched on it briefly throughout the talk today. The question is, we often build algorithms and we forget that if those algorithms are misused, they're likely to actually not just harm people, but likely to harm people who are already marginalized, or communities that are already low resource. So the question is, how do we incorporate these identities, these intersectionalities in our model so that people are able to get the care that they need and they deserve rather than harming them? And then finally, what we have to recognize is that, this is fundamentally a socio-technical problem, right? We are not just trying to develop the most accurate algorithm, but we are actually tackling a socio-technical problem because of its social piece. As the code in the slide says, is that many people move away from the mental health system because they know that technology can exacerbate those mistrusts. So the question is, how do we not just build the most accurate algorithm, but how do we humanize them, right? How do we think that people can trust these algorithms and these algorithms exist to benefit them rather than harm them? All right, so that's all what I have for you today. I would like to thank all my collaborators, my students, and the sponsors. I'm just a very small part in this whole process, and I think I have a couple of minutes for questions. Thank you.
Yes, we do have time for questions, so please come down to the two mics if folks have questions. Now, just to get us started, I think this is an incredibly important area, and it's a really challenging area to study, even in comparison to other areas of machine learning for healthcare, because we think a lot about deploying a model in the hospital, and the model's deployment itself changes future data. But that's even more true in social media contexts and things like this, where people are going to be reacting to these things and platforms are changing. So how do you deal with the fluidity of the data in this space, in this kind of work?
Yeah, well, the standard advice today is to not keep models static, to keep adapting them, retraining them, which was a major problem with Google Flu Trends because the model was static and people's use of Google changed over time. So that's definitely true for social media as well. The way I used Twitter in 2009 when I opened my account is different than 2023. But also new platforms are coming up, and new platforms mean new populations, new ways of use. So I think these platforms have to be sensitive to what the norms of these platforms are and how people are using these platforms. Sometimes people use them to, as a way to vent whatever is happening in their life. Other times it's a place for them to socialize. I think incorporating what signals are most valuable given those underlying and shifting norms and adapting to those norms will be very important.
Thank you. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thanks for a great talk. I think a lot of the assumptions underlying this talk is that the ground truth of mental health, lies in the head, and social media is a sort of a noisy reflection of what's going on, and maybe we can get that signal. But there's another hypothesis, which is that social media use itself is an independent causal variable that impacts mental health, either for good, as people have an outlet to vent, or in a negative way, as we all know. Is there any thought to repurposing some of this infrastructure to investigate the causal association between social media and mental health?
Actually, that's my other line of research, which I didn't talk about here, which looks at those benefits and harms of social media to mental health. And without keeping you in suspense, I'll tell you that you're right. There are both positives and negatives. So to talk about positives, we have seen that LGBTQ youth, other minoritized youth, this is their place where they can go and find peers and find help and advice on mental health struggles, social media. So this clearly has a positive impact on people. But there are negative impacts. Some of our work from many years ago showed how pro-eating disorder communities appropriate certain hashtags in specific ways to advocate for harmful and dangerous behaviors. So yeah, it's the evidence is on both sides of the dial. The causal aspect is a very important one. That's why causal inference techniques are very much a part of my own research. But you're right, we need to do more to understand that social media platforms are not just monoliths that exist, but they are actively influencing our mental health.
Hi, thanks so much for a great talk. I have a specific question related to the schizophrenia relapse that you mentioned. That do you feel we need to move away from a medical model of mental health to a sort of a socio-medical model of mental health? Because especially with mental health and mental illness, hospitalization happens when there's a lack of adequate social support that prevents a person from living in their daily functioning in life. And it could also be the case that in that case, that the level of social support an individual receives can increase or decrease the chances of them being hospitalized, and therefore also chances of them being categorized as relapsed.
Absolutely. In fact, we have found that social support that people get in online communities that reduces risk, causally reduces risk of suicidal ideation. So very important. My personal view is that we cannot address the mental health struggle with only a medicalized or a biological paradigm. So I'm on the same page as you. And I think social media data it serves well to that goal in that it does look at that context, especially that social context. And that's much needed for us today.
Yeah, and I was sort of, just a follow-up comment, I was mentioning it more broadly, not just social media, that especially when we think of college students and stress, the level of environment we put them in can dramatically change the mental health outcomes given a certain level of stress, as an example.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
What do you think about like the wearable device, like prediction of mental health from wearable devices and like mobile health? Can there be like a part of this puzzle as well?
That is some work that I didn't talk about. Again, you guys are asking really good questions. So absolutely, yeah, we can think about an approach where different types of data modalities from different technologies are put together. And we have found that when we take, let's say, wearable data, smartphone activity data, co-location data, like for people with social media, it does boost our ability to assess a variety of different things like stress, anxiety, affect, and so on. But there are some interesting things there in terms of ground truth differences. And some of our work shows that these different types of digital trace data are better poised to assess different types of ground truth. So a good example is stress, right? And there are so many ways you can measure stress. You can measure heart rate variability. You can just ask people if they're stressed. But they're fundamentally different approaches to measure stress, none of which is right or wrong, but they are just different ways of getting at the truth. And what we found is that when we have different types of digital trace data, for instance, wearable data is better at predicting physiological manifestations of stress, like heart rate variability, whereas social media is better at the psychological aspect of it, which is people's self-reports or perceived stress. So I think as we combine these data sources together, yes, there is a lot of potential, but we also need to bring that nuance and understand what is that outcome that we are trying to measure.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, folks, that's all the time we have for questions. Let's thank our speaker again. Now I'm very pleased to invite up Dr. Dina Katabi, who is the Thune and Nicole Pham Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at MIT and directs MIT's Center for Wireless Networks and Mobile Computing. A member of the National Academy of Engineering and a MacArthur Genius Award recipient, Dr. Katabi's research spans digital health, applied machine learning, and wireless technologies. Her groundbreaking work, recognized with the ACM Prize in Computing and other prestigious awards, has also led to numerous successful startups, including Pi Charging and Emerald. And with that, let's welcome our speaker.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. It's actually such a pleasure to be here to present. So believe it or not, I live basically across the street. Not live, but I'm my office, basically, which is effectively the place where I live and spend most of my time, just across the street. But this is the first time that I entered the Broad. So it's such a great opportunity to meet all of you guys, and also to, like, you guys offered me this opportunity to come here. So as the title shows, this is really talking about a healthcare platform that is based on machine learning and radio waves. So we all, like, not just us in the room, basically the industry, academics, everyone, we kind of believe that the future of healthcare is going to be data-driven. We're going to continuously collect clinical data from patients all the time to analyze their symptoms, track the evolution of those symptoms. We are going to use machine learning to understand and get insights from that data and then inform the healthcare system. The key problem that all of us in machine learning know is that data is really hard to obtain. It's very hard to obtain. It's really hard to get data from medical institutions, and when you get the data is small, and it might not be suitable for the care, for the problem that you have at hand. But not just that, if you think about it, the vast majority of data that we get are snapshot data. So even if you are talking about medical records, which effectively kind of like track the evolution of the patients, you get those every time the patients file a claim, for example, for the health insurance. It doesn't really track the symptoms. We don't have data, effectively, that is very good at continuously monitoring the progression of symptoms of patients in a variety of diseases. So this is the big motivation for me and for my work. We really wanted to understand diseases and symptoms by having this continuous tracking of patients, and we have to do it. If we want to continuously track patients and their symptoms, we have to do it with zero overhead, not low overhead, but really zero overhead, because you have to remember that you're not talking about people like us in this room. You're talking about people who are sick, who are in pain. The last thing that they want to do is to go charge a device and put it on themselves. And if they do it today, they are not going to do it tomorrow. Or you are talking about people who are old, in their 80s, 90s, and the last thing that they want to do is let me really understand this technology. Of course, there are certain people who do that. Luckily for them, these are the healthy ones. So how can we get that data from the old and the sick? So this is exactly the mission of my lab at MIT. We have invented a device that looks very much like your Wi-Fi box at the home. So it sits in the background of the home and analyzes these radio signals that we all swim in using machine learning. And we call it the Emerald device. And from that analysis, those neural networks that operate on radio signal, we can get sleep, breathing, your heartbeat, your motion, everything that happens in those people's life continuously without touching their body, completely contactless. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you this kind of technology and what kind of data we can get and what are the implications to some of the diseases. Okay, so let's start with this. So this is an illustrative video. Radio signals spread inside the home. They bounce off the human body because our bodies are made of water. And some of these reflections come back to our device, call it the Emerald device. And in this case, we detect a fall, can alert the caregiver via text, email, or a phone call. So this is an illustrative video. Let's start by seeing actual videos with real people. And this is actually an old video. This is when we started. So we wanted to be able to monitor the motion of this person through the wall. You can see this big arrow. So this is an office in CHIL across the street. And you see the big arrow. We are not monitoring him from the same office. We put the device in the adjacent office, and we want to monitor him through the wall. So imagine you are sitting here, and somebody is monitoring us from the room across this, behind this wall. So he walks. You see how the red dot is tracking him. That red dot over there is where the radio device behind the wall sees him. And remember, it's tracking him purely based on how his body is changing the electromagnetic waves around him. Now, of course, for everything that we do, We compare with the gold standard. In the case of tracking motion, the gold standard is something called the Viking motion capture room, which is a room that you go and plant the whole ceiling with infrared cameras. You put infrared sensors on the people and gives you millimeter accuracy. And you can see that it is highly accurate, just tracking him through the wall with radio signal. Now, once you can do this, you can, of course, it's important for a variety of diseases. I don't know how many of you work with actual patients and pharmaceutical companies, but if you think about diseases like Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, many of the motor-related diseases, the drugs in those diseases get approved based on a test called the 6-minute walking test. So being able to actually understand how people walk is very important for their health. And one thing that I want to emphasize, this is not accelerometers. This is not Fitbit or Apple Watch, because accelerometers are different. Accelerometers really get you steps, but then to get actually how much people walked or what is the speed, you multiply by the average for the age and the gender. So you are not getting actually how this particular person walked and where they, like what is their trajectory. Okay, so we can get this. Now, beyond being able to track how they move, now you can start, like we talked about, like just the previous talk was talking about mental health, you can start trying to understand how they live. Like, being able to tell where the person is inside the home tells you a lot about their behavior. Like, do they wake up and just stay in bed and do nothing? Or do they actually move, interact with other people? Are they, like, how often they go to the bathroom? How often do they go to the kitchen? Are they, like, entering the kitchen 3 times per day for the different meal? What is their behavior? So for the first time, you can start quantifying behavior as opposed to just, like, being qualitative about behavior. So let me go back to this. I told you that this is an old video. So let me tell you what we can do more recently. So when you saw this video, now you see this dot. So this is what the radio device gets. But you know that he's like in the middle of the room, but you don't know whether he's standing or sitting. You just know his location. When he moved, you saw the dot sliding. You didn't know whether he stepped with his right foot versus the left foot. So that was an older stuff. Let me now go and show you more recent stuff. So this is actually what we can get today. With radio signals through a wall, we can get a full skeleton, like pose estimation with radio signals through walls. So this big frame now is what the radio sees outside the room, and that small image there is what people are doing inside the room. Let me play this video for you. So you see when he sat on chair, you actually know that he's sitting on chair, not just his location. When he stands up, you know that he's standing up. When he moves with his right foot, you know it's the right foot. When he moves with the left foot, you know that it is the left foot. And imagine all of this is through radio signals from behind walls. So these signals are quite powerful. They actually almost, like, there's so many things. Actually, I don't know even what kind of things all these, like, that's imprinted on the radio signal, but we know that there are many, many things that these radios that bounce off us capture about our health and behavior. So this is more people, so it actually works even if you have more people in the environment. Now, once we got the skeleton, we started also asking, can we start now getting the behavior, the activities of people? So we trained with our skeleton an activity recognition system, and you're gonna see the skeleton at the top, and here it's for you to see what the person is trying to do. Sorry. Oh. Okay, so this needs to be actually started. Yeah. Okay, so you see that when he tries to comb his hair, you see the skeleton's combing his hair, and you see the prediction. So he's going to try another action, drinking water. Yeah. So basically, imagine somebody who has Alzheimer's, and you want to understand, okay, so is this patient able to do their activity? Did they wake up, drink, leave their bed? What did they do without putting a camera in every single room, including their bedroom? So this will provide you with the ability to do this in a reasonably privacy-aware system. Now, another thing that is really important is that we can get sleep. And sleep is very important. When you go to sleep, your brain waves change, and you enter different stages: awake, light sleep, deep sleep, rapid eye movements. So sleep is a big problem in the US and worldwide. I mean, 1 in every 3 Americans has sleep problem. But this is not the only issue that makes sleep really important. Sleep actually is very much a platform for almost any neurological disease, any. You can count them from depression, anxiety, of course, which are the ones that you would expect that they are going to affect sleep, to Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, ALS, everything. So just to give you an idea, so this deep sleep stage, during this time, we have what is called slow waves in the brain. And these slow waves, the impairment of these slow waves is highly associated with Alzheimer's. So rapid eye movement is a stage during which we typically dream. And one of the very common symptoms that happen in depression is that this REM starts happening too early in the sleep. So if you have an understanding continuously of sleep staging, like detailed information of sleep, you can actually not just talk about the sleep of this person, but talk about a variety of diseases, both mood disorders and physiological diseases. So mood disorders and also neurodegeneration. So here what happens if you want to get these sleep stages very accurately. This is from a sleep lab. This is from the MGH sleep lab. So you go there, they put all of these electrodes on your head and body, and they ask you to sleep like this. You can see he's not happy. I don't know how many of you went through this experience. It's really very annoying experience. In fact, when I saw this, I mean, just coming as a computer scientist, I didn't know that this is how sleep is assessed. It was a shock to me, because I can't imagine even like me sleeping, or this is being representative of my sleep in any way. Like once you put all of this stuff on me and you ask me, I mean, just naturally sleeping in a different bed is typically disturbed sleep. So imagine with all this stuff. And this is how we assess sleep. So let me show you how we assess sleep in our system. So this is our device. We call it the Emerald device. Transmits very low power wireless signal, analyzes the reflection using machine learning, and spits out what is called a hypnogram. Sorry. A hypnogram is exactly what you get when you send someone to a sleep lab. For every 30 seconds of sleep, it tells you this person is in light sleep, deep sleep, REM, etc. So for every 30 seconds. And this hypnogram actually is quite accurate, the hypnogram that you get from radio signals. In fact, we have done multiple studies by now in sleep where we compare our output with the output from the ground truth, which is the PSG, that stuff with all of these like sensors on the head and the body. And we achieve a very high accuracy, and our accuracy actually is comparable to the accuracy of 2 different sleep technicians looking at the same data and the consistency or the lack of consistency between them. Because even now, like sleep staging is a bit subjective, because a human has to look at every 30 seconds and say, light sleep, deep sleep. So that puts an upper bound on the accuracy that you can achieve from a machine learning model. So, and here you see a confusion matrix. So you can see that the accuracy is highly accurate, and believe me, it is comparable to those different sleep technicians from the sleep lab. I want to show you just a representative example so that for people who are not as aware of how sleep is assessed, you can just like see what kind of information you have. So here you see 2 hypnograms from the same night from the same patient. So this person went to bed around 0, which is midnight, and for about 2 hours, he didn't fall asleep. He was awake. And then around 2 a.m., he fell asleep. And you see this both in the PSG data and in our prediction. And then there was like some small excursion to deep sleep. And then he woke up around 2:30, stayed up in bed for about an hour until 3:30, and then again fell asleep and got a bit of deep sleep here. And then this is REM. And you can see 1 sleep cycle, 2nd sleep cycle, 3rd sleep cycle, 4 sleep cycles. So sleep goes in cycles. And if you look at the two graphs, they are very much similar. The main differences that you see is in area like this. So this is a PSG. So there is a human looking at the data and saying, oh, light sleep, the next 30 seconds, no, maybe deep sleep, maybe light sleep. So they go back and forth while you can see the machine learning model likes to consolidate a decision. Okay, so but we are able to capture every night the sleep of that individual and how it's changing. This person is sitting like you, and what you see is his inhales, exhales. We ask him to hold his breath. So you see his signal stays at a steady level because he exhaled, he did not inhale. And again, everything that we do is compared to the gold standard. In the case of breathing, is a breathing belt that is FDA approved that you put on the person. And of course, everything is done completely passively in a contactless manner, just using the signal that bounces off the person. This is the same breathing signal where you see the inhales and the exhales. And you see these small blips on the signal. Actually, they are the heartbeats. So the radio signal, I mean, people don't realize this, but these radio signals that are around us, I mean, now as I'm talking to you guys, we are all swimming in a sea of radio signal. Even the very small pulsing effect, like these pulses, they actually leave their imprints on the radio signal around us. And the main problem typically is how do you disentangle that information? How do you take it out from the sea of all the information that is in the radio signal? So how does it work? So of course, I mean, there are so many different systems. This is not just one system here. There are a variety of systems. And effectively, I'm going to tell you at a very, very high level how it works, just so that you get the high-level idea. The exact mechanism and the exact neural networks are in the individual papers. But just at a very, very high level, how can such a system work? So when you transmit a radio signal, it actually traverses walls and occlusions. We all know that you can connect to the access point not in the same room, even across walls. And these radio signals, some of them reflect off our human body and come back to your radio device. So if your radio device is smart, now you can start analyzing these reflected signals and trying to understand the people and the environment. And one very simple and even very old analysis comes from radar. So in radar, this is not radar, this is a very simple equation here, but it is the equation underlying radar, which is that distance is equal to time multiplied by speed. Radio signals travel at the speed of light, which we all know. So if you can measure the reflection time, then you can get an estimate of the distance of the person, and you can track those people in the environment. So what do you guys think? Does this work? If you do it this way, nothing will work. Because unfortunately, we don't live in the sky, which is empty, and there's like, if you are doing a radar signal, you just transmit that signal to the sky. If you are lucky, there is like an aircraft there, you get that reflection, you've seen them in the movie, and you see that dot moving around. So that is for an empty space. In a real space like the one that we are in now, everything reflects, not just the human body, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, the podium, the screen, everything reflects. And even more problematic, you can get these like multiple reflections. So it might come and reflects off my body and then go reflects on that pillar and then goes to the other wall. And then if I move, you see like 20 different Dinas moving with me. So doing it simply this way using the reflection time actually doesn't work. So there is this phenomenon that we call the multipass effect, which is exactly what I told you, is that signals travels along multiple paths because of these reflection, direct and indirect reflections. So instead of having like just reflection from the person, you have reflection from other objects, you have secondary reflection that go off the person and then off another object. And instead of like one peak for the reflected power that is from this person, you get the mass. And the actual person is really hidden inside that signal. So to do this kind of business, you really need two things. The first thing is, how can you deal and extract the human body from this mess of signals that happens in what we call indoor environment due to this multipass effect? And the second thing, there are multiple things that I showed you that have nothing to do with motion, like whether the person is in deep sleep or light sleep. This is not about how much he's moving. That actually is about his brain waves. So to be able to do that, there are things that have nothing to do or no direct connection with finding where exactly he is, and those have to be addressed differently. So one of the things that really helped our research is that to use machine learning, to use the neural networks. And many of you would use neural networks over images, medical images, audio, and text, etc. So dense data. And there is nothing denser than wireless data, radio signals. So it's really very good approach to try to interpret and understand the radio signals. So like this is just very high-level illustration. So you get the radio signal, you go through some neural network, and then you can train your neural network, for example, to say, okay, this person is now asleep or awake. Of course, it's not that simple, but you all know how to plug in a variety of like neural network architecture here. So again, at a very high level, I'm not going to get to the details, but people who are interested in doing research in this with this kind of data have to consider a variety of problems. Some of them are very much similar to what you deal with if you are in computer vision. Some of them are slightly different than computer vision. So the first one is, of course, how do you label your data? You cannot just go on Mechanical Turk and say, look, I have this radio signal. Can you tell me where the head of the person and where the arm is? And nobody can do that. So you can't do this for anything. Labeling radio signals is infeasible for a human. So you always rely on surrogate systems. So if you want to label movements, for example, you have like a camera system or a holodeck system to try to coordinate and synchronize this surrogate system labeling system with your original radio signals. The second thing is that even if you label your data, you always are going to have the problem that your data set is small. Because, I mean, there are not that many like equivalent of ImageNet for radio signals. So it's really your own work of collecting that huge data set. So what we rely on is using an intermediate representation. So we move from the radio representation to a representation that is widely used in other applications from other modalities. So think, for example, if we are going through motion, and we know that we can extract from images a posture, the skeleton, the stick figure. So we use that stick figure as an intermediate stage, for example, if we are doing activities and to extract, to enrich our data. Another thing is that radio waves are huge. So if you think about your images, like the very high resolution images are like large data, each like radio signals are samples at many like megabit per second, and or hundreds of megabits per second, if not gigabit per second. So you're going to end up with a humongous amount of data. And for this, you really need to understand a bit about radio signals so that you can do some internal decomposition, because also you are dealing with complex numbers as opposed to real that you see in audio and image application. Of course, you get all of the standard problem, domain generalization, spurious correlation, data imbalance, and these can be addressed with standard approaches that we use in computer vision. But I would say the most important thing, and this is something that was touched upon in the question in previous talk, and also in the previous talk and by the speaker, is how do we move from models to actually impacting real patients and being practical, not just showing a number in a paper, that these models are going to be used with real patients. And the only way to do this is actually to deal with real patients. So if we really want to impact healthcare, the only way that you can introduce something to the care system is through clinical trials. I mean, the same way as a drug is introduced through clinical trials, I mean, your system, whatever it is, needs to be shown in the equivalent of a randomized trial that it is effective for the purpose that you declared it for. And that was very, very important for us to be working with medical doctors, with hospitals, with pharmaceutical companies, so that we can have our devices with real patient and real diseases, and we can compare to what does it mean for this device to be with the patient. So over the last 3 years, our devices have been used with patients in a variety of diseases, from Parkinson's to Alzheimer's to ALS to atopic dermatitis, Crohn's, lupus, COVID, so many diseases. And some of these studies are, the data is like we cannot share the data because it involves drugs. And some others that I can share some of this data, and I'm going to show you data particularly focusing on 2 types of diseases. One is Parkinson's, and the other one is Crohn's. So let's look at that. So Parkinson's disease. So I'm assuming all of you guys know what Parkinson's is, correct? Hey, so I mean, for people who don't, I mean, how many people know Michael J. Fox? Okay, not everyone, the young audience doesn't. So Michael J. Fox is a famous actor, like in Back to the Future, who got Parkinson at a very young age. And Parkinson is a disease where you have tremor and stiffness in the movement. So you see these like tremor, shaking, all of that stuff. And actually today, Parkinson is the fastest growing neurological disease in the whole world. So it's the fastest growing disease. In terms of number, it is the second most common neurological disease after Alzheimer's, but it's growing at a speed faster than Alzheimer's. Now, one of the biggest problems in Parkinson is that it's very hard to assess the disease because the disease changes very slowly. So we wanted to work with doctors and pharmaceutical companies to use our devices to understand the disease and help them in their clinical trials. So I'm going to show you some of the results from our Science Translational Medicine from last September. But before doing this, let me show you the device with an actual patient. This is a Parkinson patient. And what you see, this is our device. So it disappears really to the background and just using the radio signal around to measure everything. The person doesn't need to do anything. So, and you can see that as the patient walks, the device is tracking his motion, and for every time he steps and walks inside his home, we get a measurement of his gait and gait speed. Okay, so now let me tell you the results from a clinical trial with Parkinson patients. This trial has 50 individuals. 2/3 of them have Parkinson's, and 1/3 doesn't. It's called control, and we monitor them in their home. So these devices sat in their home, monitor them continuously for up to 1 year. Right. And of course, we collected a humongous amount of data, and I'm going to start by talking only about gait data. Basically, when they walk, what does it mean, tracking how they are walking every time. So this is an illustrative one example. So this particular Parkinson patient lives in assisted living community. So you see the green box at the top is our device, the Emerald device. This blue line here is 2 hours of motion. And you can see that this is like, as I said, he lives in an assisted living community. He was like moving between his bed. He's sitting on that chair. He entered the bathroom. This area, actually, he has a small kitchenette. So he has a microwave. He can cook stuff. So kind of like you get a window to his life. So with this kind of data, we take this data from every day, and then we try to organize it. And this graph showing you what is he doing every single day. So let me explain this graph. So every circle in this graph is 1 day in his life. The innermost circles, like here, is the beginning of the study. The outermost circles is the end, like after 2 months. So you have about the equivalent of 2 months worth of data in this graph. 0 at the top is midnight, 12 at the bottom is noontime. So look at this. So first let's look at blue. Blue is when he is asleep in bed. So if you look at the blue in the center of the graph, you see that it is very fragmented. So the blue near the center of the graph, like he's hardly getting any sleep. This person's sleep is terrible, which is actually something that happens to Parkinson patients. They have very bad sleep. Now you can see that as the study go on and you go to the outer circles, the blue started consolidating, so the sleep is improving. Now another thing that you see here is the green. So you see green is all over the place. So if you read, green says chair. So whenever you see green here, he's sitting on a chair. So if you go back here, you see that chair in the middle where you have blue on the chair. So that chair, he just likes to sit on the chair. And if you look at this graph, this is a person, wakes up, sits on a chair. That's almost the only thing that he does with his life. That's not good. This is a very sedentary life for older people, I mean, and also for young people, but basically it leads to many exacerbation in the health problems. So you don't want such a sedentary life. Now, another thing that you can see here is this cone of yellow around 8 a.m. in the morning. So yellow refers to when he goes to the bathroom to do his toileting and showering. So you look at this graph, and it's very interesting. Like this person wakes up, the blue stops around 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. So he wakes up around 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. He sits on a chair until exactly 8 a.m. to go to the bathroom to do his showering and toileting. Me and my student, when we saw this, it's like, what's going on? Like, it's not a normal behavior. I imagine most of us, we wake up, we just go and get a shower. We don't sit on a chair for 4 hours to exactly specific time. Can you guys guess what's going on? Exactly. So this is a person, I remember I told you he lives in an assisted living community. The aid worker comes exactly at 8 a.m. and helps him. But what is really interesting is just that the doctor didn't know that this person is so sick to the point that actually he cannot do very basic things like showering and toileting on his own. He has to sit on a chair waiting for the aid worker. And then there is another thing that you can see here. So there is a cone of white between 17 and 18. So white is when he is outside his unit, so he's outside the coverage area of our wireless signal. So you can see that between 17 and 18, so 5 p.m. and 6 p.m., he's always outside. Any guesses? What's going on? Sorry, I didn't hear. The nurse brings him outside? Kind of, but outside to do what? Dinner, exactly. So in these, when you work actually with aging population, you discover so many things that you don't know about, like how people age. But yeah, basically older people eat dinner much earlier than the vast majority of us. So dinner in these assisted living community is typically around 5 p.m. or sometimes even 4 p.m. So, but the thing that you note here is that this is a very important ritual for him. You don't notice the same, like, so for example, around this is like the breakfast time, but you don't see the same like ritual for breakfast or lunch. Dinner is really important for him. But then you see one other thing. So on a specific day, he came back early. He changed his ritual, and actually he wasn't feeling well. So you have such a smart, very much a device like the smart Wi-Fi box sitting in the background, but it's really without asking for any additional overhead, is giving the caregiver a high-level information about the health and wellness of this individual. Okay. So now, health and wellness are important, but when you go for actual medical application, there are standard things about how we assess a particular disease. Like if you are running clinical trial developing a drug for Parkinson, there is a particular test that the FDA is going to look at to see whether that drug is effective or not. And this is called the MDSU-PDRS. So one of the things that we wanted to see is whether our data actually reflect the MDS-UPDRS reflects the real severity of the Parkinson's disease as is today measured by the gold standard. And here what we did is on the x-axis, we put the MDS-UPDRS. I mean, it's typically called MDS-UPDRS Part 3 because it's about motion. And on the y-axis, we looked at the gait speed from our data, completely unscripted gait speed from people's homes. And every dot here is for one patient. This is the average from the 2 months after this measurement of the MDS-UPDRS. And you can see there is very high correlation between the two. Now, if you don't work on Parkinson's disease, you might not get surprised by this. I mean, just, okay, yeah, if the person has more severe disease, it's effectively their gait speed is going to be slower. But what is really interesting about this is that these tests of gait, they are always done in the clinic. And they never achieve a correlation of 83%. And their correlation typically is about 40%. And there are very important reasons for that. One of them is just the very obvious reason. When you ask somebody to go to the clinic, you are getting, typically they ask for 3 measurements, like go back and forth 3 times, they take the average. You can imagine how much variance there is in that average. Well, if you are getting hundreds of thousands of measurements, that variance goes down, and you can get a much more accurate representative data point. But there are other reasons as well. Anyone has heard of the observer effect? Yes. So basically, any Parkinson doctor would tell you that when their patient comes, they put a show for them. Okay? So the patient is coming, he wants to please the doctor, so he tries his best. He walks much faster and tries to be like really balanced. And the minute you can see it if you are in the room, the minute the doctor is just writing, scribbling his notes, and the patient is going back to sit or to whatever, like the exercise has ended, he's like completely different individual. So you don't get representative measures. You get measures that is a measure what we call of capacity. What is the maximum they can do, not actually a functioning, what they actually do. While if you are in somebody's home and you are measuring all the time, you're really getting their behavior. You're really getting their functioning. Okay, so this was very interesting to the doctor that we can actually get something that's highly correlated with the MDS-UPDRS so that they don't need to go to the clinic and follow the MDS. MDS-UPDRS, by the way, is like very long list of questions, and some like tests like go back and forth. Takes about 2 to 3 hours sometimes to finish it. And it requires a clinician, like somebody who's trained to do it with the patient. So it's a lot of effort, particularly remember these like guys are coming from their homes, they can't drive because they have Parkinson's, they are older. So it's really a lot of overhead for them to come to the clinic to do this test. But this is not the problem. The real problem with the MDS-UPDRS is that it is noisy. It's very noisy. Because imagine having a test that has, I don't know, like tens to 100 of questions that different clinicians ask to different patients on different days. Today the person came and he forgot something, or it's just like, it's very subjective. Subjective both from the patient and from the rater. Like me assessing something might be very different from another clinician, maybe not even, no, I'm not a clinician, but a clinician here in the US assessing something may be very different from a clinician doing the same assessment, I don't know, in the Netherlands or in Africa somewhere. So these are very subjective. So, and as a result, anyone who's trying to actually develop drugs for Parkinson and trying to measure the severity of disease of an individual with this measure has so much variance in it, so much noise. So the disease, Parkinson, is a very slow disease. Right? So like typically the person lives with Parkinson for 20 years. So to be able to see these minute changes in the MDS-UPDRS and measure them like with what we call statistical significance, so that if you repeat the measurement, you're gonna get the same thing. So this is really hard. It takes, you have to like keep waiting on these people sometimes for 5 years to get a measurement that you are sure that this is really what's happening with that person. And that imagine somebody who's like developing drugs for Parkinson, just to check whether the drug is effective or not, the clinical trial has to go on for typically about 5 years with 500 to sometimes thousands of individuals. So can we get a measure of Parkinson much faster with our gait? And this is exactly what we got. So here you can see, I'm just going to show you an example from one person, like 2 individuals first, and then show you the cohort. So this is an old person who doesn't have Parkinson. This is about the same age, but who has Parkinson's. And you can see these like 1 year, 12 months, and you can see that the person who has Parkinson is slowing down at twice as the speed as somebody who doesn't have Parkinson's. Now, as we get old, we all slow down. Somebody who's 90 years old, they are not going to walk at the same speed as one of you guys. But if you have Parkinson, you're going to slow down much faster than somebody the same age who doesn't have the disease. And this actually is a statistically significant metric to measure. So here we can see the cohorts. This is what is called in statistics a linear mixed effect model. In blue, you see the control, the healthy individual. In red, you see the Parkinson patient. And this is the result that has statistical significance on tracking the difference between somebody who has Parkinson over time and somebody who doesn't. And that is very important. Just to show you the meaning of that, so say that you are a pharmaceutical company trying to develop a drug, and your drug is going to help Parkinson patients slow down the disease, let's say, by 30% or 50%, to slow down the progression of the disease. So you see on the x-axis the effect size of the drug. So if it's 30%, it means slowing down the disease by 30%. And you see on the y-axis how many patients you need in your clinical trial to be able to show statistical significance on that metric. So you can see, like, if your drug is 30% slowing down the disease, that's a huge, actually, in Parkinson. By the way, I mean, there are no drugs that can slow down the disease even by 10% now. So, but if you want to do that, you need a clinical trial for 1 year that has 11,000 individuals. Nobody is going to do this. Or it's like, remember, like when you do this, you still don't know whether your drug is effective or not. So you are taking huge cost, waiting for a long time in many people's lives, but just see whether it is useful or not. So let me show you our metric. So this is our gait marker, and can achieve statistical significance with way less fewer number of individuals, and of course cost and overhead for the trial. I want to show also the impact on, actually, let me just ask you, what's the time? Because I don't have a place to see the time. I have only 5 minutes. Okay, so let's see. Let's go through this very quickly. So this is the response to medication. So on the x-axis, you see the hour in the day. So 4 means 4 a.m. And so 5 a.m., etc. On the y-axis, you see the gait speed. So now you can see this is a box plot for a particular patient. So this patient takes his medication around 6:30 a.m. So it's a box plot. If you don't know what box plot, don't worry. Just look at the red curve. So you see that his gait speed, the mean gait speed, once he takes his medication, goes up to much higher. Just he's able to walk much more effectively. Now, within 2 hours, the gait speed plateaus. And then he starts going, the gait speed, the red line starts going down, so you see a dip. And then he takes the second dose of medication, and you see the gait goes up again. And then the third dose of medication. Every time he takes a dose of medication, his gait speed goes up. So these are motor fluctuations throughout the day. So every 2 hours, 3 hours, this person just like get again into like inability to move, stiffness, all of the motor symptoms, takes another medication. This is actually bad. When you are a doctor and looking at this, you know what to do. What do you think the doctor should do here? So in fact, the doctor should decrease the dose but spread it more. So basically what they do when this happens is that you want, instead of having these number like these are 4 doses, you divide it into 6 doses, you reduce it from 1.5 tab to 1 tablet, and you get the same amount of medication, but you spread it more so that the person doesn't go up and down, which is very ineffective and very bad for the patient. But typically, the doctor doesn't know that this graph is feasible because we are monitoring the whole time. So another big problem with Parkinson's disease is that we don't detect the disease early enough. So I'm sure, like all of you probably have heard, that we detect Alzheimer about 10 years after the disease starts in the brain. And the same actually for Parkinson's. The disease starts in the brain. The disease is related to a dopamine impairment. And that may start about 10 years earlier from the time the doctors detect the disease, detect that this person has Parkinson's. And the main reason for this is that the way we diagnose that somebody has Parkinson's is from the motor symptoms. So they start having some tremor, some stiffness, they are not balanced, so they go through some tests, and eventually they get diagnosed as Parkinson's. But the problem is that these motor symptoms happen late in the disease. So if you diagnose Parkinson's based on the motor symptom, naturally you are not going to diagnose the disease early on. Now, the problem with that is that by the time these motor symptoms appear, the impairment, the dopamine impairment in the brain can be anywhere between 40 to 80%. So this is the time you actually detect that this person has a problem. And that is a huge limitation on the ability of developing drugs for Parkinson's and treating the disease, because you don't even detect it at a time when you can intervene in a helpful way. So one of the big problems in Parkinson's is how can we detect the disease early? But if we want to detect Parkinson's early, we cannot rely on motor symptoms, so we need something else. So this is exactly what me and my students were thinking. Okay, so we need to detect this disease early. What other symptoms can we use? And if you go back to even the writing of Dr. James Parkinson, the guy who actually discovered the disease, and the disease is named after him, you will see that he talks about breathing, the breathing of the patient change. But no doctor today, not even the best Parkinson expert, can diagnose Parkinson from breathing. So I work with many Parkinson doctors, and I told my collaborator, and he said, okay, good luck. So well, it's like, okay, let's try. What are we going to lose here? So what we did, we asked this question: can machine learning detect Parkinson's from nocturnal breathing? We check many breathing signals. We know that with our wireless device, we can get breathing easily. And we trained a neural network to answer 2 questions. One question, does this person have Parkinson's? And if he or she does have Parkinson's, what is the severity of their disease according to the gold standard, the MDS-UPDRS? And this is a large study. We pulled data from 7,000 individuals. 700 of them have Parkinson's. And let me show you the results. So this is the ROC curve. You see the AUC is 90%. Just from wireless signal. And if you actually use breathing belt, it's also very much similar. So you can use breathing belt if you have that data, or you can just use our wireless device, and you get an accuracy of diagnosis that is 50%. The most important thing that we wanted to do is, can we detect Parkinson before actually it's diagnosed? And we have only small data sets, so we need way more experiment on this. But the initial data says that yes, it seems that it is possible. So these are 2 types of patient who did 2 studies that are separated by 6 years. We take the first sleep study, and we use breathing data from that time. And you see the blue people who eventually 6 years later declared that they have Parkinson, but at this time they didn't have Parkinson. The machine learning model very clearly saying, I think there is something wrong about these people. And the people who never developed Parkinson's, you can see them in red. So the machine learning model is pretty sure these people are good. So given the time, I'm going to stop here. I have many about other diseases, but that for a different meeting, maybe. I don't know whether we have any time for any questions.
We can take one question. We can take one question if somebody wants to come down. It seems like we have a taker here on the left.
A quick question, actually. Is it terahertz radiation that you are using?
No, it's not terahertz. It's actually what we call the carrier frequency is very much similar to Wi-Fi, so it's around 5-6 gigahertz.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I'm sure there's going to be many other questions, and folks can find Nina during the break. But first, let's thank our speaker for this fantastic talk.
Thank you, guys.
And with that, actually, this is the end of the first session for CHIL Day 2. So now we're going to move into a break, and we'll start again for the next session promptly at 11:05. Yeah, please feel free to go out into the lobby and enjoy refreshments and talk to the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. We're starting the third session of the morning, oral presentations. We're going to have 4 exciting back-to-back talks for you, as well as at the conclusion of this session, the presentation of the Best Paper Awards. So please, stick around for that. I think it'll be very exciting, and we will release you for lunch as promptly as we can. So my name is Mike Hughes. I'm one of the organizers at CHIL. I was the chair of track 1, the lead chair, I should say, of track 1, Models and Methods. And I'm here on behalf of all the track organizers to present and moderate today. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. As a reminder, these are 12-minute talks with 3 minutes for Q&A. So after the talk is done, please feel free to come down and get in line to ask questions. So let me introduce this first speaker. I'm delighted to introduce Herje Tsui from Emory University, who's going to be talking to us about pre-training methods for graph neural networks applied to brain data. Let's give it up for Choudhury.
Thank Michael for the introduction. Hi everyone, my name is Herje Tsui. So today I'm going to talk about our work for training graph neural networks for brain network analysis. And first of all, I will introduce a little background about brain networks. So actually, brain networks has emerging as like a popular area in the neuroscience and neuroimaging domain to help understand the neural systems, and which also help to in the process of diagnose neurological disorders. And the brain network is essentially a connected graph constructed from different modalities of neuroimaging, such as functional MRI. And the nodes in the graph are composed by the anatomical region of interest, and the edges connecting those ROIs are usually correlations or like anatomical connections between those regions. And the challenge of brain network analysis is that collection and the pre-processing of brain network data usually requires like high costs, and so there's usually just quite a few small data sets for brain network analysis. And this leads to it is hard to directly apply the deep learning methods on brain network data sets. So this figure shows a basic process of pre-processing the brain networks from functional fMRI, and we can construct the connection matrix and build this brain network on a predefined region of interest template. So another big background about the graph neural networks. Graph neural networks is actually a powerful tool, and it's a special type of neural network that learn graph structural data. And it has achieved success in a lot of different structural data, such as social networks, knowledge graphs, and also like user atom graphs in the recommendation system, and so on. But it's still like any other deep learning method, it requires empty data for optimal performance. And we have seen that there are transfer learning and self-supervised learning trained on the images and text that can achieve good performance when there are similar labels and tasks between the source domain and the target domain. Well, specifically for brain networks, there's a unique challenge because usually the brain networks are defined on a like a unique ROI parcellation system. Well, those parcellation systems, they are different across institute, and it is a complex pre-processing process so that we cannot like count on all the institute using the same parcellation system. So how to break this barrier to train a model that can share different, like across different parcellation system? That's the main problem that we want to solve. So this is the summary of the contributions of the PTGB. So basically, we present an unsupervised pre-trained model for brain networks, and it composed by two-level contrastive sampling and a data-driven atlas mapping that enhance cross-data set learning. And we also include experiments to show the robust and the effectiveness of each component. So basically, in the overview of the pre-trained PTGB, the first component is we transfer the initial features of the source data sets to a fixed dimension through the learnable atlas mapping and also variance-based sorting. And then we perform the multi-data set GN pre-training on the transfer matrix with delicately designed contrastive objectives. And then we fine-tune the model on the target data sets. So the first component is actually inspired from the multi-task pre-training. It's called, it's a established word called MAMO. It's actually aimed to improve the data efficient learning because so in each iteration, it will divide the data sets into a support set and also a global set. And we will use the support set as the inner loop to learn the local and temporal model weights, but without updating the whole model. And then using the query set to evaluation the weights. So this helped the model to foresee the optimal trajectory a little bit, so it can encourage the model to converge sooner. And the second component is the two-level contrastive learning. So basically, I think contrastive learning is an effective technique used like in the pre-training and also a lot of self-supervised settings. And similarly, in the graph, we also construct the positive pairs and negative pairs. And but here we actually do a little bit more on classify different nodes. So basically, we categorize, given an anchor node, which is like a central ROI in the graph, we categorize its neighborhoods as 4 types. The first is that the subset 1 is within the same graph and within the k-hop neighborhoods of the anchor. And this, the S2 refers to the remaining nodes of representation sets in the same graph, but that are not in the anchor's k-hop neighborhoods. We will also introduce the S3 and S4 because here we want to bridge cross-data set learning, and this helps us to like incorporate more, like we can help more positive and more fine-grained positive and negative pairs constructions by learning across the data sets. So here I want to introduce a little bit about the motivation behind. So why we want to consider those fine-grained neighborhoods information. Regarding the GNN learning perspective, because in the graph neural networks, the nodes representations, they are updated by learning from its neighborhoods. So it's nature that we can leverage the neighborhood information to make the message passing like denser and more similar across within the same group, like type of positive pairs. And also regarding the brain network properties, actually those ROIs, which are as the nodes in the graph, they are naturally segmented into multiple functional modules. So those divided neighborhoods targets can help us align with the nature property of brain imaging. And sorry. We also now compare with existing SOTA graph contrastive learning frameworks to compare the different type of contrastive objectives they have considered, will they are not specifically designed for brain networks. And the last module is the atlas mapping. So this brings us to the back problem, why if there's like the templates or the node system, they are different across different data sets, then how can we learn a shared model that can transfer to new data sets or new templates? So this is actually, we adopt the idea from the autoencoder, where we learn the projection to map the original node features into a low-dimensional representation, and then do, so this is basically a reconstruction loss with several regularizers that can consider the unique brain network properties, including the locality predetermining regularizer, the community-aware regularizer, and also a sparsity-oriented regularizer. So I'm not delving into the details here because there's a lot of formula. And the last step is that we perform a variance-based dimension sorting to align those virtually aligned, virtual region of interest based on the feature variance. This idea is very similar to the PCA, where we find the main component by renting the variance of each component, and those most important are selected based on those ranking. And for the experiments, we train on the Parkinson data sets, but from 3 different modalities, and then we evaluate on 2 different disease data sets, also include 2 modalities. And for each task, we consider 1 modality from 1 data set as a task to fit the multi-task meta-learning framework. And we compare a series of baselines, including node per training, node contrastive learning base, and different contrastive objective considerations. So this figure shows that the per-train graph, the per-train gene model can consistently outperform other baselines, and we have more details in our ablation studies. So basically, we verify those fine-grained neighborhood sampling configurations, and also we remove those regularizers in the atlas mapping precise. And here's a little bit more about the efficient part. We find that all the variants demonstrate a more efficient per-training convergency, as you can see in the blue line, due to this multitask joint optimization of MAML. And we also find the per-trained GN for brain networks can achieve the best performance, although the computation complexity increased a little bit because the sampling procedure, like the fine-grained sampling procedure, considered more sophisticated types of neighbors. And finally, this is a visualization of our ROI alignment. So basically, we visualize the aligned virtual ROIs after the atlas mapping and the PCA sorting. And we find there's overlap between pairs of regions given 2 data sets. But another insight here is that we find it's kind of hard to find overlap across 3 data sets. So this may suggest us to need further study more heuristics between across 3 data sets alignment. So finally, In the conclusion, to conclude this work, we propose a data-efficient self-supervised multitask GN per-training framework for brain network analysis. And we leverage a two-level node sampling strategy for fine-grained contrastive optimization. And we also incorporate a data-driven atlas mapping mechanism so that we can perform this customer regularizations and variance-based sorting. And in the future, we would like to investigate more data sets and also across 3 data sets alignment for more heuristic design for brain network analysis. And that's it.
Time for a few questions, so if anybody wants to ask questions, please come down. I'll start us off. For those that may not work on these brain networks, can you help us figure out, like, how big are they? Like, how many nodes, and how many nodes typically fall within that, like, 1-hop or 2-hop neighborhood you're using to classify things as similar?
Yeah, sure. I can show the data set. Yeah, so basically, the number of nodes in a brain network is usually basically decided by the predefined atlas. And you can see here, they're just small data sets with like, so the per-train data set we are using, PPMI here, is much larger than the evaluation data sets. But the sets in the, in the fifth column is actually, indicates the number of nodes in the graph. So basically, this is like a 90 by 90 adjacency matrix for the HIV datasets. And what we are doing here is perform this two-tab classification for disease diagnosis. Well, for the 1-hop neighbors, it's actually really decided by how we take the K here. So in our experiments, we have a figure here demonstrate the K equals to 1. And we do several ablation studies. I believe we are not included in the slides. Yeah, so it's so it will be just a few nodes because there are just quite a few nodes in a whole brain graph.
So just a few in that kind of similarity set.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. It's now time for our second presentation. Please welcome to the stage Si Tang from Stanford.
Thank you, Michael, for the introduction. So, hi everyone. I'm Xi. I'm from Stanford, and today I'm going to present our work, modeling multivariate biosignals with graph neural networks and structured state space models. Just a disclaimer: I've just graduated, but this work was done during my PhD study at Stanford University. So, why are we interested in modeling multivariate biosignals? Biosignals are important in medicine. For example, electroencephalogram, or EEG, measures the brain electrical activity from electrodes placed on the scalp of a person. Electrocardiogram, or ECG, measures the heart electrical activity from electrodes placed on the surface of a person's body. Many types of these biosignals are multivariate because a lot of them are measured by multiple sensors placed in different parts of the body. So in addition to the temporal dimension, there's a spatial dimension for this type of signals. Biosignals are crucial for medical decisions. For example, EEG is the main test for seizure diagnosis. And ECG is the major test for diagnosing various heart arrhythmia, such as atrial fibrillation. These diagnoses are typically performed by clinical experts, which is usually a time-consuming and expensive process. However, with the help of deep learning, clinicians could diagnose the diseases earlier and ultimately improve the patient outcomes. However, there are some challenges in modeling multivariate biosignals with deep learning. The first challenge is that long-range temporal dependencies typically exist in biosignals. For instance, In order to model the temporal dependencies for an 60-second EEG sample at 200 Hz, the model needs to capture dependencies across 12,000 time steps, which is considered pretty challenging even for modern deep learning models. A potential solution to this is to leverage structured state space model, which is a recently developed deep sequence model that can capture dependencies across millions of time steps. I will go into more details of structured state space models later. The second challenge is non-Euclidean spatial correlations exist in biosignals, multivariate biosignals, because the sensors are placed in different parts of the body and they form a non-grid data structure. We also call it non-Euclidean data structure, as demonstrated in this EEG sensor graph here. So one potential solution to this challenge is to leverage graphs, because graphs are a universal data structure that can represent non-Euclidean data. However, the third challenge that arises is graph structures of biosignals may not be easily predefined. This is because the sensor locations may not be known, and it also may vary among individuals. And the graph connectivity may also change over time. For instance, the graph connectivity of an EEG may evolve when the EEG transitions from a normal state to a seizure state. So in this work, in order to address the challenge of long-range temporal dependencies, we propose to leverage structured states model to capture the long-range dependencies. In order to address the challenge of non-Euclidean spatial correlations, we propose a graph neural network-based modeling approach. And finally, to address the challenge that the graph structures may not be easily predefined, we allow the model to learn dynamically evolving graph structures in the data. So before I move on to the details of our methods, I would like to give you a brief background about graph neural networks and structured state space models. A graph, as you have seen from the previous talk, is a data structure defined by a set of nodes and a set of edges between the nodes. Each node can have some node features. To represent a biosignal as a graph, we can treat the sensors as nodes and signals within each sensor as node features, and we can define the edges based on the similarity or distance between the sensors. A graph neural network is a deep learning model for graph structure data. The key idea behind current modern graph neural network is massive parsing. So in a GNN layer, a node's hidden embedding is updated according to information aggregated from the node's graph neighborhood. Deep state space models, including S4, are a class of are based on the fundamental state space model, or SSM, which has been the workhorse of signal processing and control theory. In deep SSMs, the models learn the matrices A, B, C, and D by gradient descent. And a study has shown that discrete time SSM is equivalent to a convolution where we can specify an SSM convolution kernel. This convolution kernel has the length of the entire sequence, so it's considered like a global convolution. S4 is a spatial type of deep SSM with spatial parameterization of the matrix A, which enables fast computation of the SSM convolution kernel. And it also includes a class of matrices called hippo matrices, which are capable of capturing long-range dependencies up to millions of time steps. And this study has shown that S4 outperformed prior state-of-the-art models of modeling long-range dependencies on very challenging tasks, such as the long-range ARENA benchmark. So now let me move on to describing our methods. First, we need to represent a biosignal as graph. So as I mentioned earlier, we treat the sensors as the nodes and signals within each sensor as the node features. There are some edges in the graph, and the graph can be represented as a graph adjacency matrix. However, these edges and graph adjacency matrix are unknown and will be learned by our model. In this study, we focus on biosignal classification tasks, which is equivalent to graph-level classification tasks. So here is an overview of our proposed model called Graphformer. It has three main components. The first component is S4 layers, which are used to capture temporal dependencies in each sensor independently, followed by a graph structure learning layer to learn the underlying graph structures of the biosignals. And finally, GNN layers that are used to capture the spatial correlations among the sensors. So let's look at S4 layers first. Naively applying S4 would project the sensor dimension to the hidden dimension using a linear layer, but the graph structure is lost in this way. Instead, we want to preserve the graph structure, so we apply S4 to signals in each sensor independently. And we call the outputs of the S4 layers as S4 embeddings. S4 embeddings will be used to learn the graph structures, as well as used as node features for the graph. For the graph structure learning layer, this layer basically needs to learn to compute the edge weight between each node and all other nodes in the graph. This is actually analogous to self-attention. On the left figure, I show the self-attention weights between the word "it" and all the words in the sentence. The monkey ate that banana because it was too hungry. We can see that higher, darker color means higher attention weights. Similarly, given a node highlighted in red on the right, we can also compute its edge weights with all other nodes in the graph. And also darker color in the edge means higher edge weights. So we can see there's some analogy between attention weights and edge weights. After observing this analogy, we apply self-attention to S4 embeddings and use the attention weights as the edges in the graph. As motivated earlier, the graph connectivity may change over time. So instead of learning one single graph for the entire signal, we allow the model to learn one graph within a pre-specified time interval, which results in dynamic graphs evolving over time. And for the T's dynamic graph, the graph adjacency matrix is learned according to the standard self-attention operation. The HT here is the S4 embeddings learned from the S4 layers. And finally, we can apply GNN layers to model the spatial correlations. The node features are S4 embeddings, and the graph structure has been learned by the GSO layer. Any existing GNN layers can be used. In this work, we used graph isomorphism network, which was a GNN architecture that's been shown to be more expressive than previous GNN architectures. And finally, for graph classification tasks, we apply a temporal pooling and a graph pooling layer, followed by a linear layer to predict the probabilities for each class. So we evaluate Graphformer on 3 biosignal classification tasks. The first task is seizure detection from EEG signals. The second task is 5-class sleep staging from PSG signals. And the last task is 9-class ECG classification. And these 3 tasks have different sequence lengths and number of nodes in the data. So now let's look at some quantitative results. This table shows the results of seizure detection from EEG signals. We compare Graphformer to a few prior architectures in prior studies. And we can see that Graphformer outperformed the previous state-of-the-art by 3 points in AURC. And notably, Graphformer was trained from scratch for seizure detection in this task, but the previous state-of-the-art was pre-trained using a self-supervised task. And here it shows the sleep staging results. Again, Graphformer shows a superior performance compared to the previous state-of-the-art robust SleepNet. And finally, we compare Graphformer to a variety of CNN RNN models for ECG classification. And Graphformer, again, outperforms the previous state-of-the-art models. So I've shown you some quantitative results. And you may wonder, what about the graph structures? Are they actually meaningful? We asked clinical experts to look at the learned graph structures, and we found that they are actually clinically meaningful. So let's focus on EEG graph structures here. These three figures show the adjacency matrices averaged across all the test EEGs, grouped by focal seizure, generalized seizure, and non-seizure. Focal and generalized seizures are two major types of seizures. And darker color here means higher edge weight between two EEG sensors. For seizure detection, we are more interested in the difference between focal seizure and non-seizure. So we can take the difference between focal and non-seizure to get the last figure. And similarly, we can also get the difference between generalized and non-seizure. If we look at these two different matrices, we can see that in terms of the magnitude of difference from non-seizure, generalized seizure is larger than focal seizure. This is meaningful because generalized seizures are characterized by abnormally synchronized activities in the brain. So in conclusion, we propose a graph structure learning layer to learn dynamically evolving graph structures. And we proposed Graph-Sommer, which outperformed previous state-of-the-art on 3 biosignal classification tasks, and also learned meaningful graph structures from, that are reflective of the underlying classes. There are some exciting future works which are outlined here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We're running a bit behind, so maybe I'll just ask one quick question, and you have the poster later, right? Yeah. So you can find the presenter at the poster session. But I guess my quick question is, you learn these graph structures de novo. Sometimes the spatial structure of these sensors is actually kind of like relatively standard in advance, and there's probably reason to learn some modifications of that, but is there any way you can leverage that prior knowledge of how the arrangement of the sensors is laid out?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's actually one of the future work that we would like to explore, basically leverage domain knowledge to improve the graph structure learning process, one of which is domain knowledge about the standard sensor placement.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next to the stage, please welcome Sarwan Ali from Georgia State University.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Sarwan. So I'll be presenting my paper, Virus 2ec. Okay, so given the biological sequences as an input, we can perform the sequence analysis, which can be used to understand the immune invasion and host-to-host transmission properties. So for example, if we talk about the SARS-CoV-2 specifically, but can be used for any type of biological sequences for any virus. It can also be used for identifying the transmission patterns for each variant, and also for vaccine design and in general understanding the sequences. It can also be used to unveil the mysteries of genetic information and its functional implications. So in general, there are traditional methods like phylogenetic trees, but they have a major problem that they are computationally very expensive. So as an alternate, we can use the machine learning methods. So when we talk about the machine learning method, they can be used to improve the performance of these traditional methods, but then that performance can be improved in terms of the computational cost, but the predictive performance improvement is still a question here. But we can still use it to get the insights for the evolution, to understand the evolutionary relationships, and also to advance in the personalized medicine. So just to see the real-world application for the sequence analysis, we can use it for the genomic surveillance. We can use it for the real-time identification of the new variants, let's say for the coronavirus. And we can also use it to see how the virus is transmitting between different localities. So there are several challenges while doing the sequence analysis. So for example, in the coronavirus, the mutations happen disproportionately. So you cannot just predict it with the domain knowledge. we can also have the different variants that are coming with different, like with the passage of time. So understanding those is a challenging task because we don't have much trained data for them. Also, these sequences are of different lengths, so we cannot design a generic fixed length embedding representation for them. So traditionally, there are two types of methods that are used. So one is the embedding these sequences into the Euclidean space, where we can use a traditional method like one-hot encoding. Another one is to use the kernel methods, which basically allow us to apply the linear classifier to the nonlinear problems and mapping this nonlinear data into the high dimensional space. But in kernel method, there are typically three problems. One is the kernel computation, one is the scalability, and another one is that you cannot use the kernel matrix for nonlinear classifiers. You are basically restricted to the kernel classifiers only. So the computational complexity and the non-kernel problem can be solved using the approximate method and the kernel PCA, but the scalability problems still remain with that. So rather, we just focus on the embedding representation approach in this specific paper. So we propose this virus to VEC, which is basically an alignment-free embedding method, which you can use to perform any type of supervised and unsupervised analysis using the machine learning method, any machine learning method. So this process basically involves computing the minimizers and then computing the position weight matrix to design the weighted version of the embedding. So we can understand the computation of the first step, which is the minimizer, from this figure. So given a spike sequence, for example, so you can see that we first compute the k-mers, which is basically the sliding window substring, and then from that, we compute the minimizer, which is basically the lexicographically sorted minimum m-mer from a given k-mer. So you can see that in this specific example, this DPE is the selected minimizer, and in the same way, we can extract the minimizer for all of the k-mers for any given sequence. So a set of the number of k-mers that you can compute from any sequence is n minus k plus 1, and the same formulation goes for the minimizers as well. Okay, so after computing the minimizer, I guess from this figure, we can just walk through how this whole method is working. So from the minimizer, we first compute this position frequency matrix, which basically contain the frequency for each of these amino acid in the any k-mer. So rho basically represent the unique characters in the whole sequence, and for the column is the each entry for the m-mer, like first mer, second mer, and the third mer. And then we compute the position probability matrix, which is basically the column-wise probability for each of these frequencies. And then just to avoid the the computational, like zero value problem in the matrix, we just add a small Laplacian value, which is 0.1, just to scale up the value a bit. And then we compute the probability for these codons. So codons is basically the 3-letter nucleotide representation for the protein sequences. Just to get the background, we have like 64 codons in general. 3 of them are the stopping codons, and 61 are the sense codons. So for the 20 unique amino acids, we have 61 codons. So there is a redundancy for each of these amino acids. So we just compute these probabilities for the codons, then for the unique amino acid in the sequence. And then to compute the final position weight matrix, we use this PC value as the denominator, the ppm value in the numerator, and then just take the log. So you will get this nice position weight matrix value for each of the position for the m-mer and the amino acid or any character, right? So then to compute the weight value for any of these m-mer, we just count the value at a specific position in this PWM matrix. So it will give you the weight value for each of these m-mers that we can use as a embedding representation. So there is another problem here that these vectors, so the length of the sequence can be variable, right? So to deal with this problem, we generated the spectrum, which is basically the all possible combination of these 3 mers, and then just add the values of each of the k-mer in that, so that it will give you a fixed length representation. So this 8,000 length is basically the length for the alphabet to the power k, where alphabet is the total unique character. It's 20 in this case for the protein sequences, and then k or m is the length of the m-mer, which is 3 in this specific example. So that's basically the virus-to-vec method that we designed for embedding the biological sequences. So yeah, I just went to the, so this process remains same for the nucleotide, other than this codon probability value. Everything else in this whole flowchart remained the same. So for the experiments, we selected the protein sequences and the nucleotide sequences this is specific. The first data is for the coronavirus, and the second data is for the rabies virus. So you can see that in the first one, we have around 5,000 sequences. For the second one, we have around 20,000 sequences. And just some statistics of these length of the sequences, because the idea was to select the unaligned sequence to see if our method worked well without performing the sequence alignment, which is the expensive process. So just to understand the different structure of these sequences, so for the protein sequences, like we have different structures. We are particularly interested about the spike structure because in the domain knowledge, most of the mutations related to the coronavirus are happening in the spike region. So we just selected the protein sequences from this one region. So for the rabies virus, we selected the whole full-length genome because there's a nucleotide sequences. So we carefully selected a set of baseline methods from different categories. So in the first category, we selected the feature engineering method, which is basically this one-hot encoding spike-to-vec and this PWM-to-vec. And then we also selected this kernel method, which is the string kernel method that is specifically designed for the protein sequences. We selected also some neural network methods that are end-to-end model for the classification, a pre-trained model protein BERT, and these two are basically our method, virus-to-vec, and the minimizer-based feature vector representation, which is a minimizer version of this spike-to-vec, like in general. So just to see visually if our methods distribution of the data is different from the existing methods or not. So we just plotted them into 2-dimension using TSNE. So you can see that for the virus-to-vec, the distribution is not very disturbed compared to the other baseline models. So that's for the host data, the spike proteins. And that one is for the nucleotide data. So you can still see that the distribution of the data remains the same. So for the results, so these are the results for the four baselines. And our result for the virus-to-vec, you can see that for different classifier, SVM, knife-based, multivariate perceptron, KNN, random forest, logistic regression, and decision tree. So for both of these data sets, you can see the bold values for different classification metrics, and our method was performing better. So as I stated earlier that computational complexity is also another problem. So for that, we were also interested in seeing the embedding generation runtime. So you can see that for the protein sequences, for this coronavirus data, our method computed the embedding in around 90 seconds. Compared to the other methods, you can see that we were able to get better representation in very less time. So for the rabies virus, since they're the nucleotide sequences where you just have 4 characters, it's not comparatively complex problem compared to the protein sequences. So there the traditional one-hot encoding performed better in terms of the embedding generation runtime. Okay, so in general, for the results, you can we observe that for the visual representation, for the classification, and for the embedding generation runtime, our method was comparatively better compared to the different categories of the baseline. So for the conclusion, our methods, like compared to the phylogenetic, is faster. Compared to the kernel method, it's scalable. And compared to any other deep learning or pre-trained models or feature engineering models, better in terms of classification. So for the future, we would be interested in evaluating it on more bigger data set, ideally on multi-million sequences to see the scalability, and also to try this on the unensembled short read data to see if the performance holds or not. So with that, I think I'll just stop, and if anyone have any questions, I'll be happy to ask. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Again, since we're running a little late, I'll say please find him at the poster session. I guess my quick question to you is, do you imagine this is broadly applicable to feature or representation learning for things beyond viruses in the omics space?
Yeah, so in general, it can be applied to any type of biological sequences, namely it's protein or nucleotide for anything. But in this case, yeah, we specifically explored the viruses. But yeah, it can be applied to anything. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Our last speaker for this session is Jiachao Gao from University of Virginia. Welcome Jiachao to the stage.
Thank you, Michael, for the introduction. So, hello everyone. My name is Jiachao Gao. So, our project title is SRDA, mobile sensing-based fluid overload detection for end-stage kidney disease patients using sensor relation to autoencoder. So, so why we are doing this, right? So the main reason is, kidney disease problem is severe. Approximately 37 million Americans have a chronic kidney disease, which is a decrease in the ability of kidney to clean our toxin in the blood and also balance fluid volume in the body. And among all these chronic kidney disease patients, 2% of them are considered as the end-stage kidney disease, so which is also known as ESKD. So for this for these people, basically they cannot remove their fluid inside their body. So what they need to do is they will have a dialysis for this ESKD patients. So from what we can see here, so during this long break through Saturday and Sunday, normally they will have like more fluid intake. So that is where the most deaths happen. For these patients, what we need is, it would be better to have a fluid intake monitor system. So normally right now what we are doing is this. So for these patients, we ask them to have a self-report fluid intake every day. But are they doing a really good job right now? So we did a kind of like a small experiment for them. So the blue line here represent the trend of number of self-reported daily fluid intake, and the yellow line here represent what is they are what they supposed to report every day, and we can see that there's a number of self-reports decreases dramatically over time, which makes it harder to track the patient's fluid intake. So basically, it's after a kind of a long time, patients they kind of like forget or refuse to report their self-fluid intake. So since the patients are not doing a pretty good job here, so for our scientists, we kind of like need to develop a fluid intake monitor technology. So here are some kind of existing works. We have like smart camera-based, smart table-based, gesture recognition, and Wi-Fi and motion sensor-based techniques. So for example, for the smart camera, basically what they do is they have a kind of like a camera installed on the ceiling to kind of identify what the patients are doing, basically like eating or drinking. So yeah, basically like eating or drinking. And for smart table, basically they are monitoring how the weight of the items on the table are changing to reflect that fluid intake. And for gesture recognition, what they do is they kind of like identify what the patients are doing with their hands. For example, if they identify like they are doing this, so it will simulate that as drinking. And for Wi-Fi and motion sensors, basically what they do is based on the Wi-Fi signal or phase change, they will simulate how the liquid level is changing. So for all these existing methods, they are pretty cool, but there are some challenges for these technologies. So the first thing is the scene restrictions. So from what we've seen for the smart camera and smart table stuff, so basically what they do is the scene is restricted. So when the patients are moving from the table or to another place, it will not capture it. And for the other methods, they only utilize one single sensor, and it fails to more than leverage complex sensor interactions, which resulting in high error rate. And the one last thing is the supervised learning part. So for a kidney patients, the abnormal cases are pretty hard to find. So which makes the ESKD fluid overload detection unrealistic to use supervised learning. So from what we understand here is developing a weekly supervised fluid overload detection methods with high IFN and record is important. So here is like a so here is like our solution. Okay, so here is like our solution. So our solution contains two parts. The first one is the wearable sensor part. So basically, we built a smartwatch app which keep tracking all this kind of sensor data through our app, and our app is called Fluid Sense, and it's public in the Google Store, Google Store, so everyone can download it. So we capture signals like physiological and behavioral sensor data, such as PPG, heart rate, step count, GPS, and everything. Yeah, I'm not sure why this slides keep moving though. Yeah. But yeah. So after we calculate, after we capture that data, so here's our proposed model. So the left part is more like a data processing part, and the right side is our main model. So the first thing is like once we have that multimodal sensor data, because all these kind of sensors, they capture the data with different frequency domain, so we cannot put it directly in the model. So one thing we do is we use this feature extraction layer with the data transformation to extract that kind of feature that we're gonna use in the model, and the other part is the we kind of adopt the unsupervised latent correlation layer, which is also kind of the similar idea as the pre-trained graph neural network. So it contains like two parts. The first part is the generator. So basically, is we have the generator to generate a unsymmetric graph correlation, and the output will send it to the adjacency processor to produce the symmetric and anomalized adjacent matrix. And together with the sensor node feature matrix, we fit that into our dual autoencoder. So because the so for the dual autoencoder, we designed it as two parts. The first is a structure autoencoder. Second part is the feature autoencoder. So basically, combine them together, we can have a better understanding of the reconstructed adjacency matrix and the sensor feature matrix. So here's kind of like an overview of our proposed methods. More details definitely can be found in our paper, like how we designed the autoencoder. So here is our dataset collection part. So our experiment is done in the UVA kidney clinic. So we recruit like 14 ESKD patients. All of them are asked to wear our smartwatch with the Fluid Sense app here, and we try to make our patients more diverse. So we ask, so we kind of like select the patients with different age groups, gender groups, and ethnic groups. Yeah. So So here is the experiment setting. So basically, what we want to do is we want to identify the anomaly when the patient is drinking, and the baseline we choose are can be calculated as statistical machine learning methods and deep learning models and graph neural networks, and the metrics we are using is basically F1 score, recall, and precision. And here are some of the research questions that we want to learn from our 14 patients data. So the first one is, how is our SRDA performs compared to the baseline. The second one is, how the sensors correlation interpret with each other. And the third one is, how we design our how we choose our hyperparameters. So the first one is the performance. So we want to identify as many and early as possible when the anomalies possibly happen. So the providers and the dependents can receive alerts or provide interventions in time. So the recall and F1 score is really important, and we can see that our methods kind of outperforms all other baseline models. And here's one of the example of the interpretability of like different sensors. And we can see that like PPG and heart rate are highly correlated. And step count is related to a gyroscope, which makes sense. The motion sensor gyroscope is highly correlated with almost all other sensors. And here's one of the examples of our hyperparameter choice. We do have some more in the paper. So from this one is the embedding size. So we can see that our model is now very sensitive to the embedding size change when predicting high level fluid intake. So here are some takeaways or conclusions from our paper. So we present a novel weekly supervised wearable sensing fluid intake anomaly detection framework to collect, both the physiological biomarkers and behavioral biomarkers by using multimodal sensing, GNN, and semi-supervised learning. And our model outperforms with comparing to other baseline models. I think probably that's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, just one quick question. This is a really interesting pilot study on about 14 patients. Is there a plan for kind of some follow-up work for more extensive validation?
Yeah. So we do have some plans on it. So definitely, first is recruiting more patients in the UVA kidney center. The other thing from ourselves is kind of like utilizing fair learning, right? So we can collect data from different institutes and have their model or gradients together, so we can have a more comprehensive study.
Thank you very much. And you can find Jiqiao at the poster session later today with more detailed follow-up questions. All right, so there's one more thing to do before we break for lunch. I'm excited to say that it's time to announce the Best Poster Awards for CHIL 2023. So these are awards decided on by the track leads and the track chairs. There's going to be one paper awarded for each of the 3 tracks. So what I'm going to do is kind of reveal the names one at a time. We'll kind of clap for each paper, and then I'll ask the winners to please stick around for photos, and I'll let everyone else break for lunch. Does that? Okay. So without further ado, Best Paper Award for Track 1 under Models and Methods. Please give a round of applause. Modeling multivariate biosignals with graph neural networks and structured state space. So come on down. Xi Tang representing from Stanford University. So congratulations. Oh, and I have a certificate. All right, for track 2, applications and practice, do we still need clinical language models, Lehman et al.? Is Eric Lehman here? Yeah, thank you, come on down. Congratulations. And for track 3, Impact in Society, Fair Admission Risk Prediction and Proportional Multicalibration, LaCava et al. Congratulations. All right, so congratulations to the best paper winners. We will take some photos, but the rest of you all can break for lunch. Thank you. Oh, please do your best to be back promptly at 1 o'clock. I know it's a little tight, but there should be plenty of options in this area. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We have our next keynote speaker. Dr. Roxana Daneshjou is a Goldwater Scholar, Howard Hughes Medical Institute Scholar, and Paul and Daisy Soros Fellow. She's a distinguished MD PhD graduate from Stanford University. As a practicing dermatologist and postdoc in biomedical data science, she conducts AI research under Dr. James Zhao. Said to be an assistant professor of biomedical data science and dermatology at Stanford in fall 2023, her research focuses on developing diverse data sets and fair algorithms for precision medicine. Let's welcome her onto the stage.
Thank you. I always get really excited when I get to use very silly puns in my talk titles. So I'll be talking about the state of AI in dermatology. I am actually interested in AI broadly in healthcare, but I think there's a lot of really interesting issues in AI and dermatology that are applicable across the spectrum. So I'll start first with the slide that I always like to use about all the headlines around in this space. A couple years ago, Google created an algorithm called Dermassist and made many claims about how good this AI algorithm was and how that it was better than dermatologists. And even most recently, they have announced that you can now use Google Lens to help identify, not diagnose, skin conditions. And I say not diagnose because if you're diagnostic, then you come under the purview of the FDA. So that's kind of trying to skirt that regulation. And so there's like a lot of stuff happening in this space. And I think it's really important for AI developers, practitioners to understand sort of what's going on in this space. We're a space that's far more, it's much younger than like AI in radiology or even pathology. And so I think a lot of people don't realize some of the issues that we're dealing with, but also some of the really exciting problems that we have that you could help address. So I always tell graduate students and postdocs that one of the most important things you can do if you're working on AI in a particular domain is to understand as much as you can that domain and its nuances and its particulars and its problems. And many times that does mean, if you can, bringing a domain expert on board for your projects, because one of the things that I've noticed is I see a lot of papers being written using AI to do things in healthcare which a physician actually doesn't need or would never use. And there are a lot of problems in medicine that are not quite as sparkly, so to speak, which do need help and research in. So I will just briefly touch upon what dermatologists do, because if you were to just look at Google headlines, it makes it sound like we just look at images and diagnose them. And that's not what we do. And I don't know if anyone here has watched Seinfeld. I feel like I'm getting to the point that maybe my references don't stick, which means I'm getting older. But there's this whole wonderful episode where he's dating a dermatologist and calls her Dr. Pimple Popper. And then at the end of the dinner, some guy comes up to comes up to her and says, "Thank you for saving my life." And he's shocked because dermatologists are just Dr. Pimple Popper, but she had diagnosed him with skin cancer and saved his life. So essentially, we do a lot more than just look at images. We diagnose and treat skin cancers. I've listed some of the common ones. There are skin cancers you've never heard of because I had never heard of them, even as a medical student, such as Merkel cell carcinoma. We diagnose and treat a wide variety of other conditions: autoimmune disease, acne, atopic dermatitis, psoriasis, rosacea, and many, many conditions whose names for years I could not even pronounce. And then we also perform procedures. We do biopsies, we do excisions, we do injections. It's a very visual field, which is why it's so ripe for computer vision. We also have multiple different kinds of image modalities. We have clinical photos, which are the photos that are most often seen, and so that's like the kind of photo you might take if you do Google Lens. We have dermoscopy photos, which are these photos that are taken with a glorified magnifying glass that has a special light on it. It's basically a glorified magnifying glass with a special light that costs $900. Don't ask me why. We have confocal microscopy, which uses a diode laser, and it can actually get a deeper structural view of skin. And then we also have pathology, because when we biopsy our skin lesions, we send them off for H&E. So as you can see, it's just not one image modality type. There's multiple image modality types. And unlike other specialties, such as radiology, where there are standards and there are machines, you know, when we do clinical photography and dermoscopy photos, they're taking on using mostly cell phone cameras, so there's a lot of variability in lighting and technology. So our data is very heterogeneous and a little bit messy. So that's just to give you some background on AI and dermatology, sort of lay of the land. But today I want to talk about two major issues in this space, and one is addressing bias in data sets and models, which is a big issue for us. It's a big issue for all of AI in healthcare, but you'll see as I go through this talk why it's also a unique problem for us, since we actually image skin, meaning that we are looking at the diversity of skin tones among humans. And then the other thing, which I think is also generalizable to all of healthcare, is we all want to understand factors that impact the performance of our models. So biases in dermatology data sets and models has been a concern for several years, and actually as I was getting into this space. But unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of research in it, and so that was one of the reasons that I became very interested in going and trying to understand and promote improved fairness in this space. Dr. Ade Adamson, who is a dermatologist, actually wrote one of the first sort of pieces saying he had concerns, and most of these concerns stem from the fact that in the field of dermatology, our textbooks and our training is quite biased towards white skin. And so he was saying, like, look, our field as a whole has these existing biases. What's going to happen when we start to try to translate these things into AI? And of course, soon after, we see the same problem. The first version of Google's DermAssist had very low representation of brown and black skin. And so just to kind of lay it out, this is how, if you read papers in this space, and even, you know, if we read the seminal paper of Gender Shades, which looked at how skin tone and gender affect classification models, a lot of these papers use the Fitzpatrick skin tone scale. This scale was actually originally developed to help decide how easily a patient burns or tans for giving them phototherapy. And so it was not actually originally designed to quantify human skin color. However, it has since been co-opted to quantify human skin color, but usually it's skin color, eye color, hair color. There are a lot of problems with this scale. I'm going to use it in all of our analysis because it's the one that everyone is most familiar with. But human skin diversity is not encapsulated with just skin tones. When this scale was first developed, it was only skin types 1 through 3, and the others were added as an afterthought. It just has a lot of problems. And there has been work by many people, including Google, trying to create new scales for classifying skin tone, but they've not yet been fully validated. So I do reference this scale throughout my work, but I just want to be really clear that I think that this scale has a lot of problems and that this is actually an area where we have work to do in order to be able to properly assess fairness in our models. So one of the things that I did, and this study's, as time goes by, it'd be interesting to do this to see how much this has improved, was trying to actually understand what data sets looked like in the AI and dermatology space based on published papers. And we ended up looking at 70 papers, and there was a couple of things we found. So in this diagram, every square represents a research paper, every circle represents a data set. The green circles are data sets that are open, like you can download them and use them for research, or you can request them. The red circles are data sets that are siloed and inaccessible. And so the first thing you'll notice is that, like other domains of healthcare, most data sets are siloed, inaccessible, and we're unable to directly interrogate what kind of biases might exist in them because we can't look at them. So we really had to look at what the research paper reported was in those data sets. The other thing you'll notice is that open data sets promote research. So number one is the International Skin Imaging Collaboration data set. It's 100,000 plus images from multiple sites, all dermoscopy, and almost all white skin. The labels are all biopsy proven or from monitoring, so it's very, very clean labels. But most of the data sets that people have been using for dermatology AI development actually have very noisy labels. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is, say you want to label something as a melanoma, which is a type of skin cancer. The best way to do that is to actually have a biopsy of the lesion that was sent for pathology and read as melanoma. And yes, there is some variability in pathologist output too, so there's noise there. But that's much cleaner than what 35% of papers did, which was just have some dermatologists look at the image and label it as melanoma. And the reason that's a problem is that even though dermatologists are experts in skin, studies have shown that we biopsy about 7 to 9 suspected melanomas before finding a real one. And so that means that there's quite a bit of label noise for those data sets that are labeling melanoma with dermatologists providing the labels. And most importantly, we found that the AI data sets in dermatology are likely not representative of the human population. Only 10% of the data sets described anything about skin tone of the data, and in the majority of those that did describe it, there was an underrepresentation of the Fitzpatrick 5 and 6 representing brown and black skin. So since we published this, there were groups that started to work on this, including our own. One is this Fitzpatrick 17K data set that was created by Matt Groh and colleagues. It was scraped from online atlases. It's a great it's a data set that we've used for some of our work, but we've found some issues with it. There are duplicates in the data, and they're not exact duplicates. They'll be cropped at different distances. And also the labels are noisy, so we have no idea who put the diagnosis labels on the images because they're from these online atlases that were created by dermatologists. And subsequently, we built this diverse dermatology images data set, which was meant to serve as a small benchmark. All of the lesions were biopsied, and we did across multiple diseases and skin tones. And the one thing that we did is that we took the Fitzpatrick skin tone 1 and 2 images and the Fitzpatrick skin type 5 and 6 images and tried to match them on as many different things as we could. So we try to match them based on diagnostic category, based on age, based on sex of the patient, and based on when the photograph was taken. So trying to like get the camera technology to be about the same so that we could then test different models on it. And what we did is we took models that had been previously published, which all had AUCs of 0.9 or greater in their publication, and we tested them on this data. And what we found, which is not going to surprise anybody in this audience, is one, there is a general drop-off in performance as you are now encountering data that might have different features in it. Like I said, we try to match skin tone 1, 2, and 5, and 6 as closely as possible. And then the other thing we found is that actually the performance drop was significantly worse for Fitzpatrick 5 and 6. I will also say that we had the dermatologists do the same task as a labeling task. Their performance also dropped off. That is not surprising, and I'm happy to discuss that in the question and answer session if anyone wants to talk about that more. And then we wanted to look at if we could close that performance gap because we knew that all the models that we had tested were basically only trained on images of white skin. And so we didn't have access to the weights for all of the models, but for one of the models where we did have the weights, we fine-tuned on only the white images in our data, a portion of the white images in our data set, and found that while that improved the overall performance, there was still a significant performance gap between Fitzpatrick 1 and 2 and 5 and 6, and it was only when we actually fine-tuned on a diverse set of images that we could close that gap. And so that was kind of our point that actually the skin tone is something that is impacting model performance, and it's important to make sure that you have that in your training and testing data if you want to build algorithms that you want to have applied to, all people. As I like to say, and I know many others like to say, every data set is biased. So our data set is a single center. It's from a single center, which is a tertiary care center, which means that we get very complex and difficult cases that may not always be representative of the general community dermatology population. We used only biopsied lesions because we wanted to have a strong, strong ground truth label. But that means that we probably had lesions that were more challenging on the benign side because generally, obviously, benign lesions don't get biopsied unless the patient wants it removed for another reason. And then furthermore, these were clinical images that had skin markings and rulers, and in our paper, we did a bunch of sort of sub-analysis to show that there was not an influence of skin markings or rulers in the differential performance of the algorithms between Fitzpatrick 1 and 2 and Fitzpatrick 5 and 6. And most importantly, I believe very strongly in open data and data sharing. I think that's what's going to move our field forward. And so all of our data is available through the Stanford Amy Center. You can go online after this if you want. You can download it. You can use the data to benchmark algorithms that you develop. So that's sort of my pitch around what's going on in dermatology data. I want to kind of shift focus. This is newer work. I'm going to be discussing 2 preprints that literally came out in the last month. So I will say this is actually one of the first opportunities that I'm going to have to talk about them. I'm going to give high-level overviews of them, and all of the technical details are in the preprints. I'm also happy to take any questions. And both of them have to do with improving AI transparency in dermatology. So as I said, I'm very interested in understanding and exploring data sets. So we've been asking a lot of questions about how we can automate some of our data set auditing. And then I'm also very interested at how these models work and what they're using in their decision making. And so we'll talk about a project we did with factors that are impacting model decision making. I will give a shout out that both of these projects were done in collaboration with my amazing co-senior author at the University of Washington, Dr. Suin Lee, and her amazing graduate students. So the first thing is, we've talked about data heterogeneity all throughout, this meeting. And one project that I did, which I'm not going to discuss deeply here other than to mention it because we use the data, is that we took dermatology existing public data and annotated it deeply for medically relevant concepts. So medically relevant concepts like erythema, which is redness, or bullae, which is blisters. And we did this by hand with dermatologists. And so you can already imagine that this was a very time-intensive, not scalable process. That data set is called SkinCon, and we found some interesting things from annotating that data set. But then I realized, I was like, this is not scalable at all. And so we wanted to create an image language foundation model for dermatology that would actually help us be able to do these kinds of tasks in a more automated manner. And so what we did is that we took many, many articles from PubMed and many dermatology textbooks, and we extracted these pairs of images with the captions of those images, dermatology images, and those captions of those images, and we used contrastive learning to train this model. And so what you do is you take the pairs that go together and you try to put them close to each other in the joint representation space, and the pairs that are far apart and put them not so close together. And when we train this model, what we can do is then we can provide a dermatology image, and we can provide a list of clinical concepts that we might care about, and try to use the cosine similarity to see whether those concepts have a presence in that image. And I will talk about some experiments that we did to show that this works. We then further went and used that to do data set auditing, which is what I'll talk about today. We also used it for model auditing and creating inherently interpretable models, but I will not have time to talk about those today. So the first time I saw this, I got incredibly excited. So these are the top 10 images in public data sets that have the concept presence scores for these clinical concepts. And like I said, one of the reasons I got excited is because I had hand labeled so many of these images in a previous project, and this did not involve hand labeling at all. And so basically, we were able to automatically label clinically relevant features. And then to benchmark that, because we had 21 ground truth labeled concepts from a previous study, we could compare the performance of our foundation model, Monet, against CLIP, which is OpenAI's model that's trained on non-dermatology sort of image text pairs, and a fully supervised model that was trained on the images that had those ground truth labels. And interestingly enough, our method actually beats the supervised model, being able to identify clinically relevant concepts in these image data sets. And then the other thing is we used it to identify features that can cause spurious correlation. So as I mentioned, a lot of dermatology data, particularly the clinical images, might include things that you don't actually want in the image, such as purple pen markings, or these orange stickers, which are used in pediatric clinics. And so basically what happens is you get these data sets, and some subset of the images will have these spurious markings, and studies have shown that AI models actually use the purple marker to try to denote malignancies, because the purple marker is usually used to mark things that are about to get biopsied. Consequently, dermatology residents do the same thing if they're shown a picture and they see a purple marking. So it was very exciting for us that we could actually automate some of the labeling of these features in these images using Monet. We can also label other things such as anatomical regions such as nail, and there have been studies that have shown that anatomical region can impact performance of a model. We can also label hair, so studies have also shown that the presence of hair can impact the performance of the model. And so this allows us to do a deep dive of what's going into our data set without needing domain experts sitting there labeling every single image with all the relevant concepts. So then the other really fun thing that we did is that we took images from the International Skin Imaging Collaboration and looked how concepts were differentially expressed across benign versus malignant lesions. And so the more positive expression difference means that that feature appears in more malignancies. So more skin cancers, more negative means more benign. And indeed, what we find is that these features, like the orange sticker appears on the benign. Like I said, the orange stickers are used in the pediatric population, so it ends up being associated with more benign lesions. But things like ulcers and erosions end up being associated with malignant. So some of these features are expected appropriate features. Some of these are spurious correlations, and you wouldn't know that unless you were able to actually assess the data set. And then the other thing we did is we actually, the International Skin Imaging Collaboration has data that comes from multiple institutions. And so we looked at across institutional data sets, are these features appearing in different ways? So for example, you'll notice that redness and telangiectasias in the Hospital Clínic de Barcelona are associated with malignancies, while those same features from the Medical University of Vienna are associated with benign lesions. And I won't go into this in this talk, but then in the paper we show that that is the case, and that if you train on a data set from one site and then try to take it to the other site, these are some of the features that end up impacting misclassification, because they're differentially, they appear to be associated with benign or malignant in opposite directions in the two data sets. So that sort of concludes that piece where we were using this for data set auditing. As I mentioned, I'm not only interested in how what differences exist in data sets and how that impacts performance, but we're also interested in how models perform in general, or what factors impact model decision making. And I put these two pictures up. I'm just curious if people can spot the melanoma, which one people think. You don't have to raise your hand, but if you think that the lesion if you're facing the screen on the left is the melanoma, raise your hand. If you think it's the lesion on the right, raise your hand. So I have a scattering of both, and I have patients who come in all the time with lesions that look like both of these. Actually more often the one on the left, and they're very worried about having melanoma. So the one on the left is a seborrheic keratosis, and the one on the right is a melanoma. And if you were to ask me, well, how do you know that? So, I would say, okay, well, the one on the left is well circumscribed. It's scaly. It has this kind of stuck-on appearance, and the color is really nicely uniform. And the one on the right has multiple different pigment colors, and it has quite an irregular border. I see a little bit erythema. It even has areas where it looks like the pigment structures have disappeared, which is not a good thing. And if I looked at these under dermoscopy, which is with the magnifying glass, I would certainly see irregular pigment patterns on the right. So I try to explain it to you in human language, and that's how we train our residents. But when we ask models how they make their decision, this is, people often use saliency maps. So when I look at this, I can see that there are parts of the lesion that light up that it's using, but it really doesn't have any meaning to me. And I don't know what's going on and if it's appropriate or if it's not appropriate.
And about 3 years ago at ICLR, there was a paper called Explanation by Progressive Exaggeration that used generative models to make changes in images, such as changing how much a picture was smiling, to see how that influenced model outputs. So we kind of borrowed some ideas from that, but actually our procedure is a little bit different, and the details of which are in the paper. But what we did is our goal was to pair human experts with generated counterfactuals to see if we could dissect and figure out clinically meaningful features that were influencing model response and performance. And so we trained these generative adversarial neural networks across 5 AI devices. These were either publicly available models or even models that were commercial models that were claiming to be able to detect melanoma. And what we did is we basically trained these models to generate counterfactuals of the reference image that would cross the decision boundary. So something that looks more benign or something that looks more malignant. And we generated thousands of these images and then used clinical experts to basically, who did not know what was benign and what was malignant. They were just given pairs of images and they were asked to say, like, what's different between the pairs? They didn't know what model it came from and they didn't know whether it was benign or malignant. And what we found is that they were labeling a lot of clinically relevant features and some spurious features that were appearing to be different between those pairs of counterfactual images. Things like darker lesion pigmentation, which is an appropriate thing, number of colors. L stands for lesion differences, B stands for background. So we were looking at lesion differences, background differences, any other spurious changes that you could see, such as the presence of hair either in the lesion or in the background, the presence of erythema or redness. Some of these are clinical terms like structureless areas and regression, or blue-white veil, which is actually a dermoscopic finding that we see in melanoma. And when we look at these across all the different models, and then across 2 different kinds of data sets, so we looked at both dermoscopic images and Fitzpatrick 17K because we wanted to make sure to have appropriate representation across skin tone diversity, what we found is, and then we compared that to what's expected in the literature, we found that these models, sometimes they use appropriate things like darker pigmentation of the lesion, and sometimes they don't use the appropriate things. Sometimes they use a feature that should be indicative of malignancy and use it in the opposite direction. Sometimes they use spurious correlations, such as associating hair with being a benign lesion or associating pinkness, which in dermoscopy can come from the lighting of the dermatoscope with the benign things. And so for us, this was one of really the first opportunities that we had to be able to use sort of domain expert language to really understand what was going on with these models and how they were making their decisions on benign versus malignant. And we sort of proposed that if you're using a model that's going to be used in clinical practice, in addition to obviously doing your clinical trials, this kind of auditing might help you make sure that your model is not actually relying on spurious correlations and is using the features that you expect it to use to make its decision. So sort of with that, I think my broader picture here is again kind of saying, like, it's really important to think about biases in data sets. It's really important to think about having open data sets. And then at least for in the healthcare space, because as I mentioned, I'm also a physician, like, I think it's really important that we try to build a lot of transparency and trust in these models before we deploy them in the healthcare system.
And none of this work would be possible without all of the amazing collaborators, and in particular, I want to highlight the amazing graduate students, both at Stanford and the University of Washington, who were involved in this work, as well as the senior faculty that I have worked with. But I think graduate students should get center stage because I know you guys work so hard to put all this work out, and you guys are the real superstars. I'm happy to take any questions. I will also say that I'm recruiting postdocs. As was mentioned, I'm starting in the fall. And if you like the Boston weather right now, our weather is nice year-round.
That was a great talk. Thank you. And I'll start with one question. So in the dermatology workflow, where do you see AI being the most helpful to a doctor?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think this works. Okay, so I think there's actually a lot of opportunities, so many. So there's different ways that people interface with dermatologists. They go see their primary care physicians and get a referral. And so that is actually a huge pain point because primary care physicians are not trained in dermatology. And so if we had models that could help improve their accuracy in identifying people who really need to be referred versus people who could be monitored for maybe one more month, like that would be an amazing, it's like a triage in a triage space. Same thing goes with when people actually get referred, like if we can get, we don't actually ask for image submission with referrals, but that's something that we're thinking about instituting at Stanford because right now everybody has like a 4 to 6 month wait time, which is absolutely unfair. And I've had people come who waited for 4 to 6 months who had some devastating diagnosis where if there was an image, I feel like they would have been fast-tracked. So we're trying to work on ways that we can think about how we can implement AI so that patients can appropriately get seen. We've actually built AI systems that I didn't talk about today that help patients take better photos because a lot of images that we get are patient-submitted photos, and many of them are blurry and have bad lighting and not useful clinically. I just could go on, and I just feel like there's so many different opportunities to use these kinds of models. The one place that I don't love this being used, and I'll be very blunt about that, is direct-to-consumer. And that's what a lot of people are doing, is because we don't have any validation, like a lot of these direct-to-consumer products, they're not being appropriately validated. They're being put in the hands of patients. We have no idea if someone is falsely reassured, are they still gonna go to the dermatologist, or if they're told falsely that they have a skin cancer, is that gonna clog up our system? Because I know one thing some people have said is, oh, it's okay, we'll just make sure we'll put skin cancer in the response for all of them so that people still go to the dermatologist, which is not a great approach either.
Great, thank you so much for your answer. We have one question from the audience.
Yeah, thanks for the very interesting talk. So I was wondering, in the case of diagnosing skin diseases on brown and black skin, it was one of the cases where I could imagine that in addition to the underrepresentation, maybe there's like a fundamental diagnostic accuracy issue, maybe because of a contrast or something. But if I look at your fine-tuning experiment, it seems like that is not the case. But then the other side, the dermatologist was doing worse on the brown and black skin. So could you maybe talk to this?
Yeah, it's because dermatology training is not on, it's not to say that we're AI models as humans, but dermatologists don't get trained. And we actually there are some studies that have shown, have looked at our textbooks and our educational materials and seen a significant underrepresentation of brown and black skin. And the second one is that if you have experience in skin of color, which none of the people who are our labelers, so we have a different study kind of looking at that, like those people actually do much better on the task. Of course, like you were saying, like there could be issues because cameras also, there are all these biases in cameras and how they do color balancing across skin tones, so of course that could come up too. But I really think that in this case, the difference of the labeling has a bit to do with like training as well, which is a big issue. And so some people say like, okay, well, I think we need to do both. I think we need to train the workforce better, and I have colleagues who are working on that. And can we use AI to improve that disparity? I think you have to do studies to prove that that's the case, because you could also get into situations where AI actually makes the disparity worse, even if you think it would improve the disparity. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah. So if I were to pitch you, like to say, like, do you think there's really no fundamental like difference in difficulty in diagnosing this skin disease depending on the skin color? Do you think it could all go away with like fairness?
I think it could. I think a majority of it could go away with fair. I mean, there are many dermatologists who working in countries where there is only brown and black skin, and they do a fantastic job at diagnosing the skin disease where we do not. So I do think that a lot of this comes from bias in human training in the US. And I also think, and you know, we're actually not the only study that's shown this. In the Fitzpatrick 17K paper, they did the same thing where they trained only on white images and trained on diverse images and showed that you could get more fair performance across skin tones. So.
Let's thank our speaker once again. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Dr. Emma Pierson. Dr. Emma Pierson is an assistant professor of computer science at the Jacob Technion Carnell Institute and an assistant professor of population health sciences at Weill Cornell Medical College. Dr. Pierson is renowned for developing data science and machine learning techniques to study inequality and healthcare. Her accolades include an NSF Career Award, a Rhodes Scholarship, Hertz Fellowship, and recognitions by MIT Technology Review and Forbes. Dr. Pierson is a prolific researcher and writer. Her work appears in esteemed academic venues like Nature and ICML, and mainstream media like the New York Times. Let's welcome Dr. Emma Pierson.
All right, thank you so much for having me here today. It was a pleasure to be here, pleasure to see that fantastic talk. Honestly, I'm not sure I've ever seen a more convincing demonstration of why domain expertise is valuable in clinical ML. It's also a pleasure to be here at the Broad Institute. I will admit to you that I identify as a bit of a Broad Institute fangirl. I came up in computational biology, so as an undergrad, I would go here and look at the Broad Institute sign. So it's kind of quite exciting for me to be talking next to the Broad Institute sign, and if there happen to be pictures of me doing that, send them to me or something. Okay, cool, great. So today I'm going to be talking about using machine learning to increase equity in healthcare and in public health. Broadly, my work does this through two directions. The first is by improving the fairness of decision making. This is both human and algorithmic decision making. This has encompassed work in policing and pain, various other settings. The other is through understanding the health of understudied populations, and this is through modeling COVID, modeling menstrual cycles, etc. Today I'm going to be talking primarily about that first direction, understanding and reducing bias. And this is a hard problem, but one thing that's comforting when you do this is that you see the same three ingredients recur over and over again. And just to fix notation, I'll refer to the first one as Y. This is the outcome we'd like to study, like whether the patient gets a health service. The second one is X, the features or covariates, for example, the patient's medical record. And then the final one is A, the patient's sensitive attribute, for example, their gender or their race. So for example, in a regression analysis, we might do a regression of Y on X plus A, and the coefficient of interest would be the coefficient on A, which might indicate biases and how Y is allocated. Similarly, in algorithmic fairness, we might look at some predictor Y hat, and we might assess various properties like its calibration, etc. So today I'm going to be talking about how we assess and avoid bias when we have missing and noisy data in all three of these ingredients. And I think this is a critical problem for two reasons. The first is that, as all of you know, it is incredibly pervasive in medicine. Like, the data is so frequently imperfect in so many ways, and furthermore, it's particularly imperfect for historically underserved populations. The second reason, though, is that this is from which many of the most fascinating and important and unsolved computational properties arrive. I submit to you, in the spirit of solidarity, that all of you, regardless of whether you explicitly identify in this way, are in the business of solving missing data problems. Because if your data is big and beautiful and perfect, there's not actually that much to do. You just choose some GitHub repo with a lot of stars and fit some standard predictor, and then you go home, or you outsource it to GPT-4, right? The problems where the rubber meets the road, where you really do have to be clever, are the problems where the data is not perfect. And those are the problems I'm going to be talking about today. Specifically, I'm going to tell you three stories. The first is about missing data and why, and that I'll talk about with regard to policing and medical testing. The second is about the use of race in medical algorithms and its connection to imperfect data in the features X. And then finally is about missing data in the sensitive attribute A, specifically what is concealed when we look only at a coarse race variable. All right, let's jump into policing. So policing is not just, of course, it's a public health issue as well in the United States. It's a major cause of death for young men, particularly for young African-American men. And today I'm going to be talking to you about police traffic stops. We care about these because they're one of the most common ways that Americans interact with the police, and sometimes these stops have deadly consequences. There's been concern that these traffic stops may be racially discriminatory. What I mean by this, to be very clear, is that someone is being treated more negatively specifically because of their race. So they're stopped by police because they are black. They would not have been stopped had they been driving identically in the same car, but they've been white, for example. You might say, don't we know that discrimination is happening? Yes, we do. This comes to us from many sources. It comes to us from the lived experiences of Black and Hispanic drivers. It comes to us from numerous lines of academic research, including statistics, sociology, econometrics, computer science, etc. Nonetheless, though, it's challenging to quantify on a national scale for reasons I'll explain to you, and this is exactly the goal of this project. So the first challenge we encountered when we tried to do this is that there was no data set tracking this on a national level. The way data on policing is recorded in the United States is every state and local police department tracks it in its own idiosyncratic siloed database. Great, so you get the data standardization task of a lifetime, which we tackled basically by working with journalists who submitted data requests over the course of 5 years. We then wrote tens of thousands of lines of code. Not going to talk to you about any of this. It was very painful, TLDR. But we did make all the data and code available for you, and it spans hundreds of millions of stops across dozens of city and state agencies. What I do want to talk to you, though, is about the analysis. And specifically in our analysis, we look at three questions. We look at whether the police discriminate in whom they stop in the first place, in whether they discriminate in whom they search after a stop, and the effect of policy changes upon these disparities. Today, I'm only going to be talking to you about the second question, and I'll do so because it is a missing data problem, as I'll explain, and the methods are applicable to studying bias in many other decisions, including medical testing decisions. So, are police searches discriminatory? Relevant context on police searches. When the police stop a driver, they're allowed to conduct a search to find contraband. Contraband here means things that you're not supposed to be carrying, drugs, weapons, etc. The definition of discrimination we assess is, are minority drivers being searched when they are less likely to carry contraband, so at a lower threshold of evidence? So to be very concrete, if a white driver is searched only at a 40% likelihood of carrying contraband, but a black driver is searched at a 10% likelihood of carrying contraband, that gap in thresholds is discrimination under our definition. Now, importantly, this is not comprehensive. It does not cover all the ways in which the police could behave problematically. It says nothing, for example, about disparities in police use of force. That's one reason we release the data, because we think a single analysis can only scratch the surface of what is possible here. Nonetheless, it is a particular and important definition of discrimination, and so that is what we test for. So, why is this a missing data problem? Because we only observe the search outcome, i.e., whether the search found anything, for the people the police historically searched. For the unsearched people, we don't know if they were carrying anything or not, because the police didn't search them. So in other words, that outcome data, the search outcome, is censored by human decision-making. This is a tricky kind of data censoring because the humans are potentially biased, right? That's the whole point of this analysis. But also potentially the humans have access to unobservables, which is to say factors which are relevant to the search decision, relevant to the search outcome, but unrecorded in the data which is available to you as an analyst. All of this means that the unsearched population may be very different from the searched population, and so we can't naively do the thing, for example, where you train a model on the population for whom outcomes are observed and assume that it generalizes to the population for whom outcomes are not. This is known as a selective labels problem in the computer science literature and by many other names in other literatures. Economists claim this problem as their own. Whatever, not going to get into that. But this problem appears in many other high-stakes domains as well. So, a first simple test that you might do in this setting is to look at the search rate. Look at how likely different groups are to be searched. And when you do this, you see an immediate large striking disparity. As shown at right, minority drivers are far more likely to be searched after a stop than are white drivers. But this on its own does not prove that the police are applying different thresholds to different groups. It is possible that some groups are more likely to carry contraband. The purpose of a search is to find contraband. So if some groups are more likely to carry it, then the police may in turn be more likely to search them, even in the absence of discriminatory conduct. So a second test which has been proposed, responding to this issue, is what's called an outcome test. And this says, okay, don't look at the rate of searches, look at the outcomes of those searches. Look specifically at how likely those searches are to find something. The intuition here is like, look, if searches of white drivers are finding something 90% of the time, but searches of black drivers are finding something only 10% of the time, then it suggests that police are searching white drivers only if they're very, very likely to be carrying something, but they're searching black drivers more at random on the basis of less evidence. So different rates of searches finding something is suggestive of different search thresholds being applied. Indeed, that's exactly what we see when we look at this data. Searches of black and Hispanic drivers are less likely to find something suggestive of discrimination. But it turns out that there's a subtle statistical issue with the outcome test as well, and this is known as inframarginality, and I'll illustrate this to you with a simple and purely hypothetical example. All these numbers are made up. Imagine that there are two races of drivers, white drivers and black drivers. And among each race, there are two easily distinguishable groups, those who are quite likely to carry contraband and those who are quite unlikely. Among the likely group, 50% of black drivers and 75% of white drivers carry contraband. Among the unlikely group, 5% carry contraband, irrespective of race. And imagine that the police are not being discriminatory. They apply the same 10% threshold when deciding whether to search both groups, irrespective of race. So what's going to happen to the hit rates? Well, the police are going to search all the likely looking drivers, and so they'll end up with a hit rate of 50% for black drivers and 75% for white drivers, suggesting discrimination, even though, by hypothesis, the threshold being applied in both cases is the same. The outcome test can also yield a misleading result in the other direction, where it fails to find discrimination, though in fact it is occurring. So why is this happening? Why are we getting this misleading result? Well, it's happening because the statistic we're measuring, the probability of carrying contraband conditional on being above the threshold, is not the same as the statistic we actually care about, which is the threshold itself. But that threshold itself is difficult to measure. It's a latent quantity, right? It's not a simple fraction the way the hit rate test is. So the solution that's been proposed is to use the Bayesian latent variable model to infer that threshold. So I'll describe that model to you briefly now. The purpose of this model is to estimate search thresholds, which are consistent with the observed data, namely the search and hit rates. And again, as before, discrimination is if lower search thresholds are being applied in searches of minority drivers. I'll describe this to you at a high level. I'm happy to talk through the details of the Bayesian model, which is described over 3 papers. Cool. Okay, so how does the threshold test model police stop? The model assumes that when the officer stops someone, they estimate the probability P that the person is carrying contraband. And P is just a number between 0 and 1. It's drawn from a risk distribution, which I've shown you graphically at right. So for example, if they stop a bus driver, P would be quite low. He's carrying kids around. He's probably not also carrying around drugs. On the other hand, if they pull over a driver who's like acting woozy and drinking out of a bottle, then P might be somewhat higher. The officer observes this P, and if P exceeds the threshold, the officer searches the person, and if they search them, they find contraband with probability P. So in the case of the bus driver, he'd be below the threshold. The officer wouldn't search him, wouldn't find contraband. In the case of the woozy acting driver, he'd be above the threshold. The officer would search him and would find contraband with 75% probability. The model allows the thresholds and risk distributions to vary by race and by location, and discrimination is if lower thresholds are being applied in searches of minority drivers. There's a fair bit of math that goes into this. You parameterize the risk distributions with beta distributions, and then you can write the search rate and hit rates as simple functions of those quantities, but none of this actually works because beta distributions have, intractable moments to compute, as do their gradients, whatever, lots of math, not going to talk about it. TLDR, fitting a model of this form on the entire national data set is impossible using the original parameterization. Another more important thing, actually, is that the test can't be used by people who really need it, so journalists, activists, well-meaning police departments, whatever, anyone who doesn't have basically a bunch of grad students and a large server, and that really limits the practical applicability of this. So we do a bunch of math to make the test run 100 times faster. Okay. Here's the result of this. With the fast threshold test, we're able to fit a model, a national model, and what I'm plotting for you on the y-axis is the inferred thresholds. The model basically infers that the inferred thresholds are lower for Black and Hispanic drivers than they are for white drivers, again, suggestive of discrimination. So to summarize this analysis, I've told you 3 things today, right? I've shown you that search rates are higher for minorities, hit rates are lower, and thresholds are lower. This is a sort of characteristic smoking gun pattern for discriminatory searches. You'll see it, for example, if you analyze stop and frisk as well in New York City, which whatever Michael Bloomberg will tell you was a very, very, very obviously discriminatory policy. All 3 tests here are sort of suggesting discrimination against minorities, but the threshold test is doing so in a way which is robust to the statistical flaws of simpler tests. One benefit of this faster test, as I mentioned, is that it was easier for journalists to use. And in fact, in a couple years ago, the Los Angeles Times did take this test and do exactly that. They wrote a story using the test and other analyses and showing basically that the LAPD was searching Black and Hispanic drivers on the basis of less evidence. And within about a week, this is the great thing about journalists, they actually do things in the real world, the LAPD announced that they would dramatically cut down on pulling over random vehicles in an effort to reduce this racial bias. I mentioned that selective labels problems appear more broadly. Many settings. I'll just tell you about medical tests. Here, you can sort of take the same method and apply the same method in other data sets where you have a binary decision and a binary outcome. So in medical testing, the decision is, does the doctor test the patient? The outcome is, if the patient is tested, do they test positive? You only observe this, of course, for the tested patients. And discrimination in this setting might look like minority patients are less likely to get tested, but if they do get tested, they're more likely to test positive. So this would suggest they're only getting tests at kind of higher thresholds of likelihood of having a disease. And a couple years ago, I actually took our methods for policing and applied them to test for bias in COVID testing and saw exactly this pattern, suggestive of racial disparities in the thresholds at which people were getting tested. So I hope I've convinced you basically that selective labels problems appear very broadly and how, they do have long relevant literatures. There's work on this going back at least 50 years. In general, these problems are very, very hard to solve without making assumptions about the untested population, because without further assumptions, it's possible they all have the disease, it's possible none of them have the disease, right? And so that's just a very wide range of possibilities. My opinion from thinking about this for a while in both policing and medicine is that we probably want domain-specific solutions to this problem, because which assumptions are reasonable will vary by domain. In policing, for example, the data is often very sparse, and so we make parametric assumptions to allow the threshold test to work from little data. But in medicine, as you know, we often have much richer individual level data. We might have years of information going back for a given patient. We might also have other sources of side constraints. For example, we might know something about the overall prevalence of the disease. In policing, we don't really know anything about the overall prevalence of contraband, so we can't use a constraint like that. And so, medicine implies different domain-specific solutions, I think, to selective labels problems. If you're interested in this idea, my student Siddhika has been doing a lot of good work thinking about this and sort of applying domain constraints in selective labels problems in medicine to cancer testing specifically. I do also want to mention, if you're interested in something even harder than selective labels problems, specifically positive unlabeled learning problems, Divya Shanmugam has been doing some work on that and specifically using to understand underdiagnosis in medical conditions. And so that's a related, but as you can show, actually even more challenging setting where outcome data is missing. Second story. This is about missing data in the features X. This is joint work with Anna Zink and Ziad Obermeyer, and it's a working paper, so your comments are very welcome. So as many of you may know, there's a high-profile debate going on right now in medicine around when we should use race as a predictor in clinical algorithms. And this is it's appearing in medical journals, but more importantly, it's immediately, concretely influencing patient care right now. Like hospitals are literally changing the way they compute relevant quantities for patient care. To give a specific and perhaps the most well-known example of this, there's this quantity called eGFR, which is an important measure of kidney function. It's important because it influences a whole bunch of downstream decisions, like whether the person is diagnosed with kidney disease, what doses of drugs they get, etc. And what I'm showing you on the left here is a screenshot from the clinical decision-making aid MD-Calc, which sort of helps, you compute various medical quantities. And it may be, no, you actually can see it on the screen. Basically, depending on whether the clinician enters that the patient is Black, they will get a different value, or at least historically, they would get a different value of this variable. So sort of the patient, whether or not the patient is Black, is being used as an input to this algorithm, with Black and non-Black patients getting different answers as a consequence, and this then influences a bunch of downstream decisions. So that's an example from nephrology, but there's a host of other examples in other medical domains as well. At the bottom of the screen, this is sort of a nice review paper giving many, many examples of this. And to be very clear, there's good reason that this is being scrutinized, and here are maybe three reasons. One is that many of these race corrections have been based on dubious empirical data, sort of very old samples, small samples, non-representative samples, sort of a litany of statistical crimes. You also might have concerns about exacerbating health disparities, which is to say, if you include race in your, say, cancer risk prediction, and that means that Black patients are rated as lower risk of cancer, and Black patients historically have had less access to screening, you might exacerbate those disparities in screening because you rate them as low risk, and then they're less likely to get screens, and so you're perpetuating health disparities. And then finally, there's a long bad history of racist beliefs about biological racial differences, basically treating race as a biological variable when it is in fact a social construct. To give two specific examples of these racist beliefs, there was sort of a long-standing belief that Black patients required higher doses of X-ray machines. Similarly, there are well-known racial biases in med students about sort of racial differences in how people perceive pain. So for all of these reasons, it's very good that the use of race in medicine is being scrutinized. At the same time, we probably want to be careful removing predictors in clinical algorithms with life or death consequences. And indeed, here's an op-ed in the New England Journal of Medicine basically saying exactly that. Like, let's please be careful and refrain from haphazardly removing race. And I think it's fair to say that the effects of doing so remain quite unclear in many decision-making settings. So the argument we make is that removing race as a predictor can have unintended consequences and even in some cases decrease equity. And here's the link to missing data. The specific case in which this occurs is when racial bias creates differential measurement error of critical predictor variables. So what do I mean by this? Sort of systemic biases in medicine make it more likely that some racial groups will have risk predictors mismeasured. And there are many, many examples of this, right? We have a review paper talking about a bunch of them. Disparities in testing, as I was just talking about, disparities in diagnosis, disparities in the presence of medical records at all, many, many examples by which sort of the quality of data for critical risk predictors varies across race groups. And the specific case we study is family history, and we do so for two reasons. The first is that this is a very important risk predictor, right? If you go to the doctor for a mammogram, they're quite likely to ask you, do you have a family history of breast cancer? But also, there's abundant previous work showing that family history is more likely to be missing or mismeasured in some race groups. We know, for example, that clinicians may be less likely to ask non-white patients whether they have family history. Non-white patients may also have higher rates of unknown family history. So for multiple reasons, there's a discordance between whether a patient basically has reported family history and whether they truly have a family history, and that discordance may be particularly pronounced in some groups. So we study this effect in a data set, the SCCS data set, and specifically we study how colorectal cancer risk varies by race and self-reported family history. And I can summarize the main result of the paper for you in like a single two-panel plot. Here's the first panel. What I'm plotting for you here is age on the x-axis and then colorectal cancer risk on the y-axis. We stratify by age just because, of course, it's an important predictor for cancer risk. And I'm showing you the results just for white patients. And so we've stratified by whether the patient has reported family history or they don't. And you can see that there's like a large, statistically significant, practically meaningful gap between the two lines for white patients. Reported family history is highly predictive for white patients. but it isn't for Black patients. So now the lines are much more on top of each other, no longer a statistically significant disparity between the two lines. And this is very consistent with what we would expect under differential mismeasurement of family history across race groups, right? Where sort of family history is more likely to be mismeasured in Black patients. If you come, from a statistics background, you may recognize this as what we would call regression dilution or regression attenuation. Basically, if you do the regression of cancer risk on family history, but family history is mismeasured, it's measured with error, then that mismeasurement is going to bias your coefficient on family history towards 0. The sort of intuition for this is like, imagine family history is perfectly measured, then you'll get the true coefficient. If it's like randomly measured, it's just random noise, you'll get a coefficient of 0. And sort of between those two extremes, you get the shrinkage back towards 0. Okay, so differential mismeasurement means that the coefficient on reported family history varies across the two groups. And if you want to capture this, the differential predictive value of the predictor, the way to do so is with an interaction term between family history and race. And indeed, that interaction term is statistically significant. Now, you might be looking at this and saying, like, okay, fine, like maybe family history is like nominally statistically significant and improves model fit, but what is the effect on disparities? Like you were telling me, like it might, increase disparities in medicine, right, to include race. In fact, we see that the exact opposite is the case. When you include race as a predictor, it makes it more likely that Black patients will be predicted as high risk. And this could potentially improve screening equity because cancer screens are allocated, more so to patients who are at predicted higher risk. So sort of if you move more Black patients into the predicted high risk group, you also potentially improve their access to screens. So to summarize, the scrutiny of the use of race in clinical algorithms is not only justified, but like long overdue. It's very good that the medical community is having this debate. At the same time, we think that in some cases, removing race can have unintended consequences, sometimes paradoxically decreasing equity. And we illustrate this specifically through a case study of the mismeasurement of family history. I want to mention a parallel result, from folks. Some of these folks are in this room, which is that even if you remove race, the algorithm may reconstruct it anyway through proxies. This has been known in the algorithmic fairness literature and in social science contexts, et cetera, for a long time. It's also been shown in medicine. Here's an example of how the algorithm can sort of predict a patient's self-reported race with disturbingly high accuracy from medical images. So merely failing to include race in your algorithm is no guarantee the algorithm won't end up using it anyway through proxies. Okay, so to conclude, we believe that the solution to racial bias in clinical algorithms is not going to come merely from excluding race, both because in some cases this actually decreases equity, but also because algorithms can often reconstruct race anyway. At the same time, while we think that race correction can help capture differences in data quality across groups, it's also imperative to pursue non-algorithmic fixes to these systemic data issues. We live in a world where deep structural injustices in medicine and more broadly mean that basic critical inputs to medical algorithms, including family history, are more likely to be missing or misrecorded for some racial groups. And I think we do a disservice to patients if we fail to acknowledge this reality in our algorithms. But acknowledging this reality is not the same as accepting it. And while race corrections in algorithms can allow us to capture the deficiencies in medical data as it currently exists, we need to also look beyond that to what medical data could be and needs to be if we're going to actually achieve health equity for all patients. Final story, missing data in the sensitive attribute A. What does sort of imperfect and coarse race data conceal? This is joint work with a number of excellent co-authors, and it's led specifically by Raj Moba and Divya Shanmugam, who really did an excellent job with this paper. Okay, so you all know race data on US health records is bad. It's bad in many ways. In some cases, it may not exist at all. When it does exist, it may have high rates of missingness. And the specific issue we study in this paper, when it does exist, it typically lumps together what I'll call granular race groups into coarse race groups. So for example, both Indian and Chinese patients might be recorded as Asian. And if you know anything about health or health disparities, this seems sketchy. What remains unknown, though, is to what extent does this conceal disparities in clinical algorithm performance? That's the question we study in this paper. We leverage newly released granular race data in a widely used emergency department dataset, MIMIC, to ask two questions. Specifically, are there granular disparities in clinical risk score performance, and if so, why did these emerge? So the data, it's 400,000 emergency department visits in MIMIC 4. I do actually want to give a specific shout out to the Mimic team, both for releasing this data in the first place, but also just for being like incredibly responsive via email to all our questions about what this variable meant. So that really an enormous public service, but maybe I don't need to make that point to the people in this room, but we are very grateful. Okay, we study the performance of 5 predictive risk scores. So 3 of them are ones we fit ourselves, predicting 3 different clinical outcomes. 2 are previously developed risk scores. No fancy machine learning here, really. I mean, we did compare fancier machine learning methods, but it didn't make a big difference. So I think what we're using here is just low-J regression to fit our own scores. And we examined disparities in 4 different measures of algorithmic performance. That's actually gone up a bit because Raj did a couple more analyses in response to reviews. But basically, like, if you've been paying attention to algorithmic fairness, you know there's like a long debate on which metric you should use. And in general, they're incompatible. And it's probably context specific which one is most appropriate. We don't want to get involved in this fight. Please don't be angry. We just looked at all the things. Okay. Here's what our data looks like. So, we look at 4 coarse race groups: Asian, Black, White, Hispanic. And then within each race group, there are granular groups. So the granular groups nest within coarse groups. You might ask, why do some of those granular groups have asterisks? So Asian asterisk means patients who just reported their race as Asian didn't provide a more granular group. You might have a bunch of questions about this table. For example, why is that the mapping from granular to coarse groups? Why are those the granular groups? Some of those aren't race groups at all. They're just nationalities. Like, I agree with you on all these points. We use the data as it was given to us, as it was recorded in the original data. But I think, the complexity of this variable and the difficulties of coming up with these mappings and of even describing it at all really speaks to the nuances in this variable and to the serious imperfections that are potentially introduced by looking only at the left column. Okay, so this is just the result for one predictive risk score for one measure. I'll show you the results for everything else in a sec. So here's what happens if we plot performance on the x-axis, stratified by only coarse group. You can see some disparities emerge, but it conceals substantial disparities, which you see when you look at the granular group level. Like, there's a lot of variation here, which is just invisible if you look only at the vertical lines. This isn't just true for this, predictor and this outcome. We see this consistently across groups, across metrics, across outcomes. So here, the significant stars mean that at least one granular group has statistically significant predictive performance than the corresponding coarse group after multiple hypothesis correction. So basically, this means there's a granular group which is different from the coarse group, and you wouldn't see that if you just looked at the coarse group level. I will say that while this paper is in general methodologically quite straightforward, I think the one thing which is really important to do right is to quantify uncertainty accurately and in particular conservatively, and we really try to do that here. Happy to chat more about it offline. Now, you might say, okay, it's statistically significant, but you have 400,000 visits. Does this variation actually matter? Well, one comparison we can do is we can say, look, let's compare the level of variation we see across the 4 coarse groups, so across, Asian, Black, White, and Hispanic, to the level of variation we see within the coarse group, so sort of across granular groups within the coarse group. So for example, we can look at the level of variation across Asian subgroups and compare that to the variation across the 4 coarse groups. And what we see is that these 2 sources of variation are in general comparable. What this means is that the coarse variation that we typically examine in algorithmic fairness papers, the level of individual variation we're pointing to here is sort of in general comparable to that coarse variation, which has been the subject of an enormous amount of research in algorithmic fairness. So yes, we think that this is, it's substantively significant as well. Okay, you might ask why. If you've looked at the algorithmic fairness literature, one of your instincts might be oh, maybe it's differences in the base rates. It's not just that for a number of reasons, although that is part of it. Nor is it just differences in sample size. Rather, literally, we looked at many different aspects of the distributions, sort of the distribution of symptoms X, the distribution of outcomes conditional on X, the distribution on outcomes. All the things are different, substantially different. What this means is that if you don't like our particular set of risk scores and you want to choose a different clinical task, if I had to bet with you, my bet is that you might see disparities in that as well. So practical implications of this, we think it's important that healthcare data providers collect and analyze granular race data. As a consequence of the imperfections in existing data sets, we think it's possible that existing analyses understate or entirely obscure disparities in clinical risk score performance. This is not, of course, the fault of those authors. This applies to many of my own papers as well. They're just working with the data that we have, but nonetheless, it's an important thing to be aware of. And if you work in domains but beyond health, perhaps this isn't the audience to say this, but I think it's true, you might see other algorithmic disparities in other domains as well. Great. So today I've told you 3 stories about missing data and its connections to health equity. I hope I've convinced you this is a fascinating, pervasive, and important problem. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the great talk. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I think that it's really challenging in this line of literature to try and disentangle the factors that motivate some of these disparities and things like this. And I wonder if you can just offer some broad comments about, how can we try and accelerate and scale up some of the processes that go into understanding those determinations that rely on so much expertise and subject matter, domain matter experts and things like this, and to gain that kind of causal understanding of what is, is it the algorithm, is it the data, is it the underlying processes generating these labels, or all 3, et cetera?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. And I think, sort of rooting out what is the original source of why these disparities are emerging, I think that's very, very interesting to me as well. To give a specific example of this, actually, in the case where you have disparities in testing, medical testing, in the case where you have disparities in police searches, it's pretty straightforward that the police officer is doing the thing. But in the case where you have disparities in medical testing, is it the clinician's decision? Is it that the patient isn't showing up to be tested? It's sort of a whole complex, and I think really getting to the root of what specific sort of decision point is giving rise to that is very much a direction of interest to me as well. My own personal approach to the problem tends to be let's build a generative model of what we think is actually going on so that we can in an interpretable fashion try and sort of attribute what's the issue, what's the point in the pipeline, and we have work going in that direction now.
Thanks for your great talk. So actually, I have a question for the demographic factors. I saw this talk as a major focus on the race, but I feel like the disparity is not only only related to one demographic factor, but it could be really multiple. For example, I know in the Memphis case, because I'm living in Memphis now, and I feel like the racial disparities is also connected with for example, locations, and the cases in the Minnesota is very different from the police, how the police treat the African American in the Memphis. So how do you actually isolate your analysis to the single demographic factors, and how would you extend your research to other factors to jointly analysis the racial, the disparities in those analyses?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. This talk, talks a lot about race, but we also have work looking at disparities by gender. For example, in women's health, our work on pain looks at disparities by socioeconomics. Our work on COVID looks at disparities by socioeconomics and location as well. So certainly, your point is well taken. There's also sort of the general sort of point about intersectionality and the idea that these different factors can interact with each other. That's all. That's also very important. In policing, for example, the dynamics when you break down by gender look quite different because gender is an important factor in policing as well. Certainly you can model sort of all of these different attributes simultaneously. There's also interesting work in computer science and in other domains. It's sort of considering notions of multi-calibration where you consider multiple attributes simultaneously. Certainly race is one very important variable in clinical context, but it's by no means the only one. So I agree with you.
Right. So do you, how do you envision that your Bayesian network would actually solve those connected with multiple factors?
You mean in the policing instance?
Or in the just in general, in healthcare cases as well.
Yeah.
Because you use the mimic the data. Mimic for they actually provide more those detailed metadata regarding the patient information there. So I would like to know how you actually envision your framework would apply in this case.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. In the policing case, I think it would be straightforward to extend the model to multiple demographic attributes, and Indeed, we did try to do that for a paper revision, and I was very excited about it, but then it got cut for time and space. But anyway, you can extend the Bayesian model, and I have done that in the past. In the mimic case, the analysis of granular racial disparities, the reason we focus on race there is because we're interested specifically in imperfections in the variable. It would be straightforward to break this down by gender and age as well, or by other attributes. If you really got a ton of groups, I think we just do Bonferroni correction, which is like conservative but kind of crude. I think you might want to get a bit more sophisticated about that because at some point you're going to have statistical power issues, but happy to chat about it offline.
I see. Thank you.
Oh, hi.
Hi there. So every data set that I've worked with that had race data had random categories. And when they're not random, they're even worse. Like census data counts me as I'm Middle Eastern, counts me as white. So I wonder if there are any efforts to standardize data collection or come with best practices and recommendations for that?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So my understanding is that the census actually is currently considering this question and sort of about how ought we define categories in census data going forward. I think it's a matter of current active debate. In medicine, there may also be efforts to sort of standardize it. We certainly hope that our work can be part of that conversation. I think an additional complexity here, right, is like how you do it in different countries may not be at all standard. Like this is very US specific, quite obviously, and like it probably doesn't generalize to other contexts. And so, yeah, I think it is an interesting question. And if people know about sort of specific efforts in medicine to sort of standardize, I'd be quite curious to chat about that actually, because, we're hoping our work will be in dialogue with those efforts.
So I wanted to first thank you. There's enormous amount of content across all three of these stories, and like my brain's exploding right now in a good way. For the third one, I'm kind of curious what you mean. One of the end conclusions was we should be collecting more granular race categories.
Yeah.
But if race is a social construct, what does that mean? And you kind of point that out yourself, that you just take it as given what's reported ethnicities, and you kind of overlay on that the challenge of other demographics and intersectionality, and the previous question for that matter.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I start to try to ask, it's very clear there are health inequities and we should care about those and be thinking about them carefully. But I don't know what it means to think about race from a granular context when it's not clear like how that will solve things or the things we want to solve.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. So I mean, I guess what I would say is, so race clearly is a social construct. Nonetheless, sort of stratifying the performance of both algorithms and I think humans by this social variable is important, right? Like, for example, if doctors are racially biased, like the fact that race is a social construct doesn't mean that we shouldn't examine things stratified by that. In terms of the actual practicalities of how to collect it, I mean, I'm pretty, the patient's self-report, I think, is in many cases a useful standard. It's not the only way things are collected in the policing context. Is often the officer's self-perceived race, or sometimes it's just erroneously recorded by them deliberately. Okay, there's lots of sketchy stuff about the recording of race, definitely relate, I agree with you on that. But I think in medicine, collecting the patient's sort of self-reported granular group would be a useful thing to do, certainly for the analysis we perform. Cool. Oh.
Yeah, I also want to echo just like amazing talk. It was really great. I have a couple different questions, but I guess the one I'll ask is, so race is something right now, it's like socially acceptable. You go into the doctor, you can ask, or you can kind of collect this data, but there might be other information we want as well, like income level or other kind of like social determinants of health that we can't really collect because it's kind of a weird social thing to do. I'm wondering at some point if that's also going to be the case, I guess, with racial data. If we want to move away from race-based medicine, and I wanted to get your opinion on, some like fair machine learning methods where race is essentially included in the training phase, but it's not in the ultimate model. Mm-hmm. And if that is one, I mean, what you think about solutions like that, where it's used as a way to kind of bias the model or unbias the model, let's say in training, but then in deployment, you don't necessarily need those factors to be collected.
Yeah. There's a lot in that question. Yeah, thank you for the question. So first of all, to these other sort of attributes of identity that are not, consistently recorded. Yeah, so socioeconomic status might be one. Whether the patient is LGBTQ. This has been a long-standing hope of mine to study, and the data is often quite bad there. And it's kind of, it can be an invisible attribute of identity that, yeah, so I think, you know, better data on those other variables I think is also imperative. I think I would push back a little bit, by the way, on the idea that it's always socially acceptable to collect race. I think actually in some groups there may be substantial distrust around doing that. With regard to the last point in your question, I think, you know, I think it's sort of context specific whether these methods make sense to use, and you know, if you have more specific use cases, I'd be happy to chat more, I think, offline about that.
Hello. Thank you for your talk. And also, I was at your keynote speech at the TJ graduation about
Oh my God.
3 weeks ago. So
That's so funny.
yeah, it is crazy.
Oh, thank you for, did you graduate?
No, I emailed you also.
Oh, right. Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, great. Well,
yeah.
great to see you again. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you for that as well. I guess my question is, how important do you think it is to engage with like the historical and social context surrounding the issues here? Because obviously there's a lot of historical context wrapped up in, like, for example, the fact that a lot of patients of color don't have access to their family histories, or just, you know, they're not easily found.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's critical, right? In our paper on race corrections, we cite a powerful anecdote from a patient about exactly this point. You know, the fact that family history is unknown, and why specifically individually is it unknown? And I think understanding those dynamics, you know, is key, right? Because it's key to the data generating process and understanding what's going on. So I think that's useful. And I also would say that, like, a lot of the most rewarding projects I've worked on have been with people with specific expertise in sort of these broader social dynamics, which is you know, going on, because it really, like, it informs sort of what underlies the data you observe.
If I can ask a follow-up, yeah, I guess my question is more so like, for me personally, like as someone who is coming in like as a computer scientist, but kind of approaching these social issues, like I wonder if it would be helpful or useful for me to gain expertise in like these social and historical contexts. And I guess, yeah, what do you think about this versus like just sort of relying on other experts? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think both is useful. To me, it's been useful to both read myself and, you know, so I kind of have some of the context myself, but it's also definitely useful to work with real experts like sociologists and so on and so forth. She doesn't like it when I say that. Okay, so my partner is a computer scientist, but she's also a sociologist. She has a background in sociology, and I think that that really has informed the richness of her work. So I think it's both valuable to acquire that expertise yourself to some degree, but also not to fool yourself. Like I'm never going to have as deep an understanding of sociology as a real sociologist. So I think both have been useful to me at least. But curious what other people's experiences have been. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for your wonderful talk, and thank you for the questions. Next up, we will break for refreshments and the poster session, and we will come back here at 4 o'clock for the panel. Thank you.
All right, welcome back from an engaging poster session, and hopefully you guys have all been enjoying day 2 of CHIL. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel today. It's the need for generalizability of medical AI, critical for robustness or a distraction from specific validation. So I'm going to introduce our moderator. Dr. Zach Kohane is the inaugural chair of Harvard Medical School's Department of Biomedical Informatics, dedicated to leveraging big data for biomedical advancement. He explores computational techniques to address disease at multiple scales, from healthcare systems to functional genomics of neurodevelopment. But he's a pioneer in AI, and so with that, I'll let you introduce the other.
Thank you. Thank you. A real pleasure to be here, and remember, the prompt is brief introductions, and that'll do it much better. And I'll try to be in the same spirit. We're in for a treat today. We have really expert members with different perspectives on many parts of machine learning in health, but we're focusing on one in specific, generalization. And generalization is becoming even more important, I I would say, now than it was even 3 months ago, because as you know, one of the hottest topics are we going to have to, for example, develop very comprehensive general purpose large language models, or can we do very well with narrow ones for a narrow task, clinical, or even a clinical subtask? And what do we lose in problem-solving capabilities of various challenges if we go up or down in scaling that generalizability feature? But let's stop there, because the first thing I'm going to ask our panelists, and I'm going to ask them to come and sit up here. No? It's not. Yeah. Come on, sit up here. Why is this like a bad... All right. So the first thing I'm going to ask, and I'm saying this in advance of introducing them so they can start thinking about it, is what does generalizability mean from your perspective? Can you define it? And to what degree is it an important consideration in the kind of research that you do? So having said that, let me quickly make some introductions. So Dr. Leo Celli here is a principal research scientist at MIT and associate professor at Harvard. I think he just became recently promoted to principal research scientist. Is that correct? Senior, okay. And he has been incredibly impactful internationally because of his pioneering work done with the database, ICU database that came out of Beth Israel, that really has driven a lot, as you know, of the innovations in healthcare machine learning. Jason Fries over there is a research scientist at Stanford who works with Nigam Shah. I saw Nigam around somewhere today. Nigam, want to give a, there's Nigam waving. And he's working on data where some external labels are in fact sparse, and despite what they think about it, they are sparse, and that's in using electronic health record data. Then there's Dr. Lauren Oakden-Rayner, who, did I pronounce that right, Lauren? Thank you. Who very early on, I would say 2018, when people were still trying to understand what this all meant for medicine, she really began to ask the critical questions beyond the gee whiz kinds of reactions that most of us were having when we saw how well CNNs could do with images. And she's worked principally in radiology, where she is a radiologist and a senior research fellow at the Australian Institute for Machine Learning. Last but not least, we have Dr. Maya Hightower, who unfortunately for her has been so successful that she's been promoted to become a very important person. And so that means that she doesn't get to have as much fun as some of you working with the problems, but she ends up having you work on the problems. And so she's currently the Executive Vice President and Chief Digital and Technology Officer at the University of Chicago Medicine and CEO also of Equality AI. So she has been in many, many rooms on her vertiginous climb up, in many, many rooms discussing all aspects of implementation and design and regulation and governance around machine learning models. So I think we're very well placed here to ask these questions, and I suspect, though we will have some convergence, there are going to be some differences. So because I don't trust anything, I don't trust our satellite link or whatever it is to Lauren. So I'm going to ask Lauren, while we still have you there, could you start by telling us what, how do you think about generalization, and is it something that you think about that is as important to your work?
Yeah, hi Zach, how you doing? Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Sorry I can't be there in person this year, but thanks very much for having me over video link. I think in general that I have tended to take a very clinical approach to how machine learning works in medicine and machine learning safety. And so I would have a very clinical definition for generalizability. What we really care about is models' ability to perform as expected on new patients. Often when we talk about generalizability, we think about generalization across new sites. So sometimes we call this performance shift. Sometimes we talk about generalizability across time, and that's called performance drift. But we also need to think about generalization within a population, within a hospital. And that's sort of performance across population groups, patient groups within that site. So what we really need is the ability to know that the model will perform as we've expected from pre-clinical testing, pre-regulatory testing, in our own site. And that's certainly been kind of the basis of my research, trying to make sure that these models are going to perform as expected equally, particularly in certain population groups.
Great. So, Jason, unless I'm mistaken, you're not a clinician.
I am not. I am a computer scientist, and I'd say more of an engineer than a clinician, though like all people, computer science interested in this field, I pretend. I hang out with a lot of clinicians. I mean, Lauren's description, I think, is spot on in terms of, you know, how we traditionally should think about generalization. I think there are other dimensions that are coming into shape now that we actually start thinking about deploying models, particularly. Like a form of shift isn't necessarily even from populations as much, but sometimes the form of the data. The researchers often work in a clinical data warehouse, they do a bunch of testing and prototyping, and then they walk into a hospital and find that the entire world has changed in terms of what the data looks like. And so we should start thinking about models that also generalize across that kind of distribution shift. And if you factor in things like foundation models, I think we need to start increasingly thinking about sort of expectations of models to do emergent tasks or new tasks that we have problems sort of conceiving, and sort of what measures should look like there, or expectations in terms of prototyping and measuring models.
All right, Maya, give us a take.
Okay, is this working? Yep. So I definitely agree broadly with that concept of generalizability being the model performing as expected. I think where there's a lot of variation is what we expect out of the model. And when I think of it practically, operationally, and in the context of, say, AI governance and a governance framework, having that shared understanding amongst all stakeholders on what is expected from the model. Is the model or is the algorithm, is it the expectation that the output of the model itself be equitable and fair in terms of distribution of resources? Is the expectation that the performance, the accuracy is going to be somewhat above a threshold that we've agreed upon? Is the expectation, maybe we even get aspirational, and the expectation is that we eliminate health disparities. And then so we start shifting what actually that it means for a model to perform as expected. And that's where I think where we need more granularity when it comes to the guardrails for an institution, which is generally an AI governance. How do we create these systems where we systematically really are making decisions in a collective way that reflects the mission, vision, values of a healthcare system or ourselves as a society when we are pushing forward healthcare algorithms or models in healthcare.
Great. Leo.
On what you just mentioned.
Is he transmitting?
Yes. So I'm going to build up on what you just said, and I'm going to address the elephant in the room, which is what my problem is with regard to the concept of generalizability, which is also alluding to my problem with machine learning in general.
Uh-oh.
So the problem is that generalizability and the whole of machine learning is still predicated on accuracy against real-world data. And if we continue doing this, it means that all the systemic inequities that we see that are reflected in electronic health records are going to be imprinted in all the algorithms that we are creating. So certain populations and communities are always going to be predicted to have a poor outcome. So rather than building models that will predict what would happen to this person in the real world, we should start moving towards, let's predict an outcome if the world were a little more fair. Because if we keep trying to predict what's happening based on the relationship of features now, we're doomed. Everything is going to stay at is. Communities will be marginalized. And I don't think that this is the direction that we would like to go as a community. So I have an issue with generalizability in that it's still predicated on accuracy against real world data.
All right, so that was a very helpful set of views. And I just want to editorialize by saying I have to ask myself the question, this a lot now. One thing that ChatGPT forgot to mention was that I'm editor-in-chief of the NEJM AI, the new spin-off of the New England Journal of Medicine. And one of the essential questions we're going to have is, does this stuff work? Is it useful? And so the question I want to ask the panel now, and we'll do it in the same order, starting with Lauren, is what's the right way to actually measure generalizability? And I'll make it even more pointed. I can imagine at least two ways. One is performance-based, and the other is more of a static analysis, looking at where the data came from, how it was structured, how it was trained. And so we're now inside the factory, inside the sausage factory, and the world is expecting some good charcuterie to come out the other side. So tell us how we're going to do it. Lauren, you get to go first into this brave new world.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that we tend to focus on this is how we can evaluate models mathematically, we can publish papers on them and so on. I think keeping a clinical focus, we want to be assured that the model will perform as expected, unexpectedly for particular patients. We don't necessarily require the ability to know that a model will work for different hospitals or in different countries and so on. What we need to know before we put a model into practice is the model will work in your center. Better generalization, broader generalization across multiple sites, I guess that's a good proxy for that, but it's not necessarily passive. And so I think what we really need is local evaluation of our models as a routine practice of pre-deployment testing. We need to know that this model has been tried in our local population, and that puts a lot of the onus on the local procurement team for AI. That's not necessarily the responsibility of pre-deployment testing or pre-regulation testing, not necessarily the responsibility of researchers doing studies and so on. We need local teams that are testing things before they put them in practice. So I think local evaluation is the most important thing. It needs to be aware of things like the practice bias that Leo was talking about. I think we need to really focus in on making sure things work in our local.
So, Lauren, thank you. That's actually very eloquent, but I want to point out that you're actually positing the need for a team of individuals which currently do not exist. And that means two things. A, they have to be found. B, they have to be paid. And so my pragmatics start making me think, where's that going to be? And who's going to oversee this? Seems unlikely that this is going to be something you give for a grad student to do on the side, but who are the international organizations that would want to actually opine on this? But I'll stop there, and Jason, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I totally agree that we need to think local, right? And we need to, sort of make the case to the hospitals and other healthcare facilities that want to use AI that this comes at a cost, and you have to sort of be willing to learn the lessons of what like tech companies have done with ML ops teams, that to take on an AI system, you need to be willing to invest in sort of continual infrastructure to test, evaluate, and monitor your model's performance. And it's it's not a panacea, and it comes with potentially huge advantages that we need to become better about identifying and incentivizing. But this comes at a cost. I mean, you don't like buy a boat and then never repair it. So you have to do maintenance on anything you invest in. And I think we just need to learn a lot of lessons from, some lessons at least from the tech community who have been really researching how to sort of support and maintain and validate these models. When the world keeps changing, we need to get new test sets. We need to do constant vigilance to make sure our models aren't biased. We need to talk to people that use and are affected by the model and come up with protocols to invest their opinions and viewpoints into what decisions are being made. These are all critical infrastructure to support the life cycle of an AI in the hospital.
Is there, would you have a checklist before you do the performance testing? A checklist of,
certainly we need to arrive at some enumerated list of steps, but I'm suspicious lots of people have proposed checklists. Perhaps some organization should propose some grand centralized checklist, but some structure and guidance would be appreciated. But the very reason we need local models is that every place is different. Every place come up with a protocol that works for their population.
All right. I have some questions, but I'll keep them aside. Maya, go for it.
Yeah, so I think there's two sort of dimensions to this question. One is the AI lifecycle, which sort of starts with problem formulation all the way to the actual deployment and outcomes of a model. So that's sort of one dimension. And then the other dimension that you kind of hinted at is who, like from a regulatory, international to national regulatory framework to local states. I mean, there are many states that are coming out with regulatory frameworks. Then down to your institutional policy. If you're a vendor, your internal policies when it comes to your view on generalizability. And then down to an individual data science team that may be working on a specific project. So there's a lot of ways to think about those two dimensions within the AI lifecycle. And I'll comment on the dimension of, a health system, because obviously that's the one I know the best. And then we have policies and processes, we have AI governance structures. And within our AI governance structure, we're trying to more formally define what those sort of milestones are within the AI lifecycle. And if we just think about problem formulation, right? Like, who has the power to suggest a problem that's to be solved? And how much do we shift that power to our communities? How much do we shift that power to patients, to consumers, to define what problems actually are important? Right now, it's very much payer-driven. It's like compliance and regulatory-driven. And so a lot of that, the decision-making, if you look at another like population health type of model risk score that really is to drive down cost. I'm sure that if you talk to my mom or dad, they could care less about that type of model. But they do want to know what their risk is of, say, a heart attack next year. Or they may want to know if they have a family member that's pregnant, what's the risk of developing preeclampsia so that they can detect it earlier. So that's one, if we just even think of problem formulation and generalizability of the types of problems that we solve. Do they solve problems that address some of our marginalized populations? And we go through that exercise throughout the AI life cycle, who's at the table, who's defining the parameters of what's important or how the model should perform, all the way to, does it actually achieve the outcome that we intend? Is it by subpopulation? Is it truly eliminating health disparities and allowing equitable access to resources and equitable outcomes?
Leo.
Before I jump into the meat of what I was going to talk about, I just wanted to follow up on what you said. And here I proclaim that fair AI models cannot come from privileged individuals like us, because our view of the problem is very, very limited. We have the same blind spots. We were trained in the same manner. We have the same perspectives. And I keep saying that the problems cannot be solved by the same group of people who created the problems in the first place. So we need to diversify the people who are developing and deploying AI. But going back to your question, I think the fundamental question is, how do we evaluate AI models? And to me, ultimately, the evaluation hinges on what is the impact on clinical outcomes. So we cannot be too short-sighted where we're only looking at accuracy as a way of evaluating. We need to be able to predict what's going to happen downstream. Because even if you have a fair AI model, if the deployment is not fair, it's not going to do anything. It could even make things worse. So what we're proposing is for each health system to have a disparity dashboard. And all the AI developers should be looking at the disparity dashboard when they deploy a certain algorithm. And if what's happening is that sepsis outcomes are improving only among those who speak English well, those who are white, then we have to stop. That's not the intent of AI. So to me, the ultimate outcome, and as a machine learning community, we need to start looking at more distal effects of the model, not just a very short-looped evaluation of how does this perform in subgroups of patients. And the other problem with doing this is that a lot of these traditional labels are so imperfectly captured. Like, you cannot lump all the Black people together. You cannot lump all the people who have limited English proficiency. Disparities is so much more complex than that. We have to look at different axes of demography that are impacted by interventions. And what we're doing now is we're turning the table around. Can we, rather than look at traditional labels, can we just identify all the disparities that we're seeing that are not explained by clinical features, and then create new labels so that this now represent truly who are disproportionately impacted by a certain test, by a certain treatment, and we're not relying on having race, ethnicity in the electronic health record, having a label for English proficiency, limited English proficiency. Those labels do not exist in majority of the data sets. So now you're at a loss. How do I evaluate my models in these subgroups when I cannot even rely on the accuracy of those labels? So maybe, as I said, we turn the table around. Let's just look for as many disparities that are not explained by clinical features and start from there.
So, thank you all. And let me have you reflect on the following real case that happened during COVID. In spring of 2020, there was such a uptick in very sick individuals that there was a serious concern that we were going to overflow the capacity of ventilators available to ventilate patients. And so it became an immediate question: if we're going to triage, which patients are we going to triage so they go onto this limited resource? And Epic, the electronic health record company, working with a small number of hospitals, developed a predictor of who was likely to deteriorate due to COVID. And it worked with some reasonable accuracy in those local hospitals. But then another group, also with Epic, but in a different location, tried the same models, and they did not calibrate well. Why that is, may have been different patient mix, different style of practice of medicine, we don't know. But it was different. And what happened is 6 months later, the virus and the way we cared for COVID patients changed so that the algorithm got switched off in the original hospitals. So I want to reflect on the fact that, on the one hand, yes, looking at disparity within the hospital is really important, but we also have to understand other dimensions of generalizability. Otherwise, in these very important decisions, we're going to commit essentially malpractice, because if it had been fully used as it was intended, we'd be putting the wrong people on the ventilators. And so I'd like you to reflect on the fact that many of you have, like I would have said, let's start with making sure that this works locally. But that, in fact, doesn't seem to me like the likely economic model about how these things are going to be ultimately deployed. I think in 10 years, unless things are very different than the way they have been for the last 40 years, company X and company Y will have the two leading predictors, and they're going to deploy it in a bunch of healthcare systems, which will have no machine learning experts, no informatic experts, and no one there necessarily to conduct these analyses. And so maybe I'm being overly pessimistic and I needed to have more coffee, but I'll start with Lauren. Where do you think this is going to shake out? Where is it really going to happen?
I at least hope it'll be overly pessimistic, because we do need to develop applications, and we can't be sure the models are going to work if we don't, as your example very clearly showed. So I do have a solution to the problem, which is that clinical risk is always judged by local doctors. That, you know, when you're deploying any kind of technology, the local team is evaluating it and making sure that it's going to work in practice settings and so on. In Australia, we have the Royal Australian College of Radiology, have the committee for this group, and we've developed standards of practice for AI use within radiology clinics. And they say that every clinic that uses AI requires a doctor who is at least specialized enough in AI to be able to make these decisions and be able to perform this testing. And we actually have now, as standards of practice, mandated that AI systems are evaluated at deployment and are evaluated regularly following up on an annual basis. And if a clinical team is using AI and not doing that, then it's going to meet their standards of practice, and they are high risk of being legally liable for any misadventure. So, you know, this, I think it's not reasonable to say that we do not have a workforce to do this. We don't have a workforce that is currently still in AI use, but clinical teams are extremely practiced in evaluating their own. And all we need to do is expand our level of AI knowledge among clinicians, and they can continue to do their current audit cycles and evaluations and so on, but within the framework of AI.
So, Jason, I'm going to give you her job right now. And so I'm asking you to evaluate the generalizability of not just one widget, but a whole bunch of widgets. Is there a set of metrics that's going to give you greater confidence? I'm not saying a slam dunk, that won't seal the case, but it'll give you some 80-20 rule of feeling that this might generalize to your system. Is there something would you like to reflect a bit on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we are just so early in the notion of AI having inroads in the hospital, right? If we look at technology, there's a universe where you could say, does a model do well on thousands of data sets on Hugging Face? You can sort of you can abstract away this notion of evaluation with some degree of confidence just because you have the data. So you can imagine a future where we have much more maturity in, say, having models running in hospitals and data sets shared in a way where you can, say, take a foundation model and run it on samples from every site and examples from every sort of key application workflow. But we're not there yet. And I think, you know, we still need to have this sort of fundamental shift in how we even conceive of generalization as a delivery. And so your, example of COVID, the decompensation's a really compelling example of how kind of the old model of just here's a widget, use it, is horribly critically flawed. And as Lauren said, it's really, you need to envision this as embedded in a workflow, in a system of humans, in a system of processes, and some component of modular ML components where a piece we can break off, perhaps that's a foundation model, and evaluate in a generalized way, but we still have this adaptation at the local level that is critical to really making a model deliver on what it's supposed to deliver. And so we need to focus on, from the technology side, really rapid adaptation to suit the situation on the ground, but we need the people on the ground to tell us that it's working, and that requires training in AI-enabled doctors. And that's, I think, hopefully, in your 10-year example, I hope that's where we are in 10 years, that where everyone's accelerated.
So lest people think that Lauren and Jason are hallucinating like state-of-the-art generative models, I just want to point out that we have existing patterns in medicine. So when radiology became a thing, there were a lot of physicists, PhD physicists that were employed all of a sudden because we needed PhD physicists in healthcare. And there's still quite a few in radiology departments, less so because we've now absorbed many of the lessons. But it may indeed be the case that that kind of workforce is exactly what we need. So I don't have to make up that promotion because you actually have the promotion already. So when you're faced with these, how are you even thinking about, is this really going to work on does this generalize well to my healthcare system?
Yeah, so U Chicago is in the south side of Chicago. Over 60% of our patients are Black. We have a very high Medicare, Medicaid population. I can guarantee you every single EPIC model that we have that we've assessed the performance of within our health system has not met our threshold of performance. So U Chicago, we're used to EPIC models failing our performance threshold. So we have to have robust processes to evaluate vendor-supported models because we know that our population does not look like the United States. With that said, what we're striving for is really to have that mythical dashboard that has performance and fairness as well as outcomes that is attainable, that is interpretable by executives, by data science teams, by the AI governance committee. Are we there yet? No, but once we do get there, then it can be scaled to lower resource to health systems. And I do believe that with generative AI, we actually are in that era where a novice may have the skill set, may attain what is today considered an expert level of knowledge. When we think about, what does it take to understand or write a Python code for a Python script for query for a physicist or a physician today, well, a year ago, it was a lot more training, right? Now, I mean, I'm not a data scientist, but I can ask ChatGPT to help me write a Python script in like an hour, and I get a pretty good script. So if I can do that, and I just have some basic, play one on TV kind of data science expertise, then pretty soon it's going to be much more attainable to think that somebody that's an analyst or someone that's a physician with some pretty good understanding of vocabulary and how to use their language to query a data set will be able to have a reasonable output. So I don't think it's going to be 10 years. Maybe I'm an optimist, but practically speaking, I think maybe 5 years when we actually do have both a dashboard that's measuring performance, measuring fairness, measuring accuracy, measuring outcomes, because all those pieces are there. We have the pieces, we just need to pull the technology together, as well as make that scalable to a college grad analyst.
So Leo, I'm going to be unfair to you because you're the chief of this huge, amazing resource that the world uses. So this may already exist. So forgive me if it already exists. But have you given thought to what such a dashboard would look like for Mimic? And you might tell me it already exists, or is it something that you're actually having discussions about? How could you make Mimic be actually a prime model of that kind of dashboard?
Yes, so we actually have a paper that's coming out hopefully in the next month on the concept of disparity
Only if I
dashboards.
approve it. No, go ahead.
Disparity dashboard of what it would look like.
Yeah.
And we're working with some process mining engineers of how that could be integrated into the workflow, because a lot of industries have done this, and yet we're not doing it quite well in the healthcare system. But I wanted to ask the question because I think a lot of us are alluding to regulation, right, of AI models. And the question that wasn't asked is, who the fuck allowed Epic to create an algorithm without FDA oversight and then deployed it during the pandemic? Why was that allowed? What is this demarcation between non-device decision support system versus software as a medical device when they could all kill people in the end. And of course, the question is, who should regulate? Like, we have been promoting this distributed approach to regulation. Regulation should be a shared responsibility, not just of the FDA, but the health systems, and they should be represented by patient advocacy groups, communities who are typically marginalized by the health system. But I think that the unasked question is, or at least this is referring to, how should we regulate AI models? And no one has a clue right now. Everyone is flying the plane or building the plane as they fly it because it's moving so fast. And I think we're gonna crash if we don't build the plane fast enough before we take off to a height of 30,000 feet.
So we learned today that standard RLHF for humans have failed, as demonstrated by Leo. That's a joke. But what he says is absolutely accurate, which is that there's a strange dual universe. If you're a health record system vendor and someone uses these decision support tools inside your electronic health record, you approved the use of these tools as part of the purchase of that suite, and therefore you don't have to have specific regulation around it, which is and not only do they not have FDA regulation, they don't even require peer review on their widgets. I think that's going to change rapidly because that was a pretty egregious case, but as you can imagine, there's lots of money at stake, and so therefore there'll be a significant fight around it. I'm looking at the fact that we have only 3 minutes, not to the end of the session, but until we open up to the audience. So start thinking good questions, good, challenging, and hopefully funny questions. And so just at the end, I'm gonna start now with Leo and we'll end with Lauren. We'll go backwards. Leo, what's the one thing, if I gave you a sizable pack of money, what's the one thing you'd do that could advance us the best toward generalizability?
I gave the same answer during a panel 2 weeks ago. I would invest in teaching data science starting from grade school. Because what's happening now is the knowledge economy is controlled by a few people who are deemed the experts in medicine, in data science. And I think it's perfect recipe for disinformation and misinformation and AI that can encode oppression. So to me, if I had been given billions of dollars, I would
I didn't say billions, I said a big check of money.
A big check of money. I would create a program so that we start teaching young kids on data science methodologies.
For many reasons, I agree with you, and not just for generalizability. All right, Maya. I'm giving you, okay. 1 billion.
$1
not,
billion?
Not like the,
Oh,
not like
whoa.
Department of Defense, like accidentally said, oh, we overcharged, we owe now another 3 billion.
Wow. I would say, well, I was going to say a dashboard, but forget the dashboard. I would brainwash every single data scientist so that their intended outcome was a model that actually eliminates health disparities, and they actually model for it and are brave enough to tweak the data, to tweak the model so that you get the intended outcome, which is elimination of health disparities.
So that means having models that are tweakable.
Yes, that are tweakable.
That's very important. So
Yes,
part of the investment is tweakable models.
Yes, mitigation methods. Yes, so that there's a plethora of mitigation methods that you can apply to your model to actually develop the model with the intended outcome.
Because that's a very important question if our ultimate models that we're using are just a few big ones which are untweakable. Because remember, right now what's happening, I'm saying this for the young people, is the same thing that happened with electronic health records. When the Obama administration had a bunch of money, the electronic health record company says, great, we'll take the money, and by the way, it's regulate us. And why would they say that? Because it created a huge barrier for any new players to come in. And having regulation of the current big players is going to stop any new ones from coming in, including the finer tuned, smaller ones. So Maya said quite a mouthful in there. All right, Jason, $1 billion.
$1 billion, wow. Yeah, I totally agree the sort of pulling the ladder up behind you properties of some of these tech companies is very destructive to our hopes of aspiring to like all the potential good that AI could do. So I mean, I really do think investing in some notion of a shared data commons, incentivizing sharing data across hospitals, encoding our morals and ethics and fairness into data, which is then used to train models sampled from places that aren't privileged institutions like Stanford and MIT and others, and to build these common, like we need to invest in like AI as a public good, not as like feeding OpenAI's investors and stockholders. So I think investing in the data and the mechanisms to incentivize that for training models for good and compute, I suppose, as well, would be how I'd spend the money.
All right, Lauren, you have the last word, and then we open up to the audience. $1 billion. I don't know what the exchange rate is.
It's not very problem. Look, I've probably got a fairly for an answer. But you can't unfortunately very much with science. We spend the technology all over the world. What I'm going to do is, you're saying that, these companies going up the ladder, we've seen very recently with our Daneshjou and so on that these companies are actually starting to kind of laws around regulations and so on, around safety. We're talking about regulatory capture. What we need to do is fight regulatory capture. Put a big chunk of that money into making sure regulation comes before the companies rather than after. And make sure that we don't need to bring much other times to people say you have to do something. So yeah, I wish I would
Great. So now it's your time to show us that you're A, smart, B, awake. So let's have some hands up and then come to this microphone. Now come to the microphone. See, I can program human beings too.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the engaging panel. So I really like the idea and the inclination of look at who do we miss in our populations, who's not represented. So I wanted to turn that concept around and ask the question, who are we missing in this room today? And specifically, I'm thinking about, sounds like we're talking a lot around kind of like engineering-like ideas. And engineers think very differently from scientists, right? Scientists always want to generalize. Engineers will actually to specialize, right? So is it even a fair question to say, well, we should aim for generalizability when maybe the right question is, can things even be generalized from hospital to hospital? And should we think about, models like we think about bridges? There's not like a master bridge model that we go and adapt to different river. We just start from the other way around. We think about what is the need for this specific river and then go back to the science. So are we missing the engineers? I used to be one of them, I'm not anymore, so I'm not speaking personally here. And if so, how can we?
I think it warps your brain forever. You're still an engineer.
Okay. Yeah. How can we get that knowledge better, back into this crowd?
So I think the question is that who workforce and the tension between perhaps a very applied, get the thing done to a specific tech engineer and a scientist. I'm not sure I buy that dichotomy, but in any case, anybody want to take this pointed question? Raise your hand. Lauren, go for it, and then Leo.
I just want to say that, the question sort of revolves around this idea of like, do we care about generalization as a scientist might, if that's the way of framing it, or sort of local make or work engineering mindset? And we talk a lot about local evaluation today. I think what we haven't really said is that where do we need to consider broad generalization? And the important thing, I think, is that when you're doing local evaluation, you can do retrospective testing, you can do a science trial, at some point you will apply modulation. And what you're essentially doing is a mini clinical trial. And to do a clinical trial, the precondition of any clinical trial is you have to have clinical evidence is that there has to be uncertainty that this is, that.
Lauren, Lauren, that's a very important concept. I think a lot of the audience does not know what it is. Could you really expand on clinical equipoise?
You need to be certain that the intervention you're testing well, you need to be uncertain that the intervention you're testing is roughly equivalent to clinical practice. You have to have at least some degree of expectation that this is at least as good as clinical practice. You can't be putting patients at risk by doing this evaluation. I don't know if that's the best description of it, but we essentially broad generalization in pre-deployment testing, in pre-regulatory testing, for example, can be foundation for clinical. If you don't have that, then how are you making a decision that you should be running a clinical trial on the patient? So I think there is value in the clinical framework for having sort of broad testing that runs across multiple sites and so on, as a precondition for doing work.
Thank you, Lauren. That was very thoughtful. Leo, please.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, why do we need to generalize, right? Are you trying to prove generalizability because you want to sell this model into different health systems? Because I could tell you, stop doing that. Patenting and buying and selling of algorithms will kill patients. Or are you trying to generalize because you could publish in Nature? So a lot of this has some sort of narcissistic overtones of what is the true intention of generalizability. And more than that, really, as we keep harping back, is that it all ends to what is the impact on patient outcomes. Maybe non-generalizable models would lead to better health equity, and of course, we're fine with that. So let's ask ourselves, why do we need to generalize? Is it because we need to publish in Nature, or is it because we want to sell this to Google or not? Because if those are the questions, then I would say we shouldn't be generalizing.
So I just want to correct you. If the place you want to publish is NEJM AI. Go ahead.
All right. So I think I'm team local evaluation, and I'm concerned though about the number and diversity of the workforce that you would need to do that in a realistic way. And so I think, Leo, your solution works, but 10 or 15 years from now. So if we want to think about how we get local evaluation happening outside of Stanford, MGB, Chicago because of you, Maya, and in Australia and Adelaide, what do we do with $1 billion in the next 2 to 3 years to have that impact?
Did I tell you could have $1 billion? No, go ahead. Yeah. Good question. So who wants to take that on?
So I'll at least propose an approach, and that really is through, through collaborative partnerships. Right now, when you think of Epic, and we have a model called Epic Connect, where we extend our instance of Epic to other health systems. Generally, these are regional health systems. They're health systems that may be federally qualified health systems. But essentially, the cost and the often the upkeep, the maintenance, the you name it around Epic is actually managed by the hosting company, the hosting health system. If we have, think about a similar type of framework where all of us in large academic medical centers have a dyad peer that may be a regional health system, it may be a local or local federally qualified health system where we're actually partnering with them and providing that expertise, that support, so that as an extension of our mission, which really is to make sure that we're addressing the needs of community, that we are extending that expertise beyond, the triad here or the quadrad.
Anybody else want to? Leo? Oh, no, sorry, Jason, and then Leo. Jason.
Well, I was just going to say that I think we need to have computer scientists. This has been a theme of this entire conference: is sit down with domain experts and find out how to develop new methods that make their life easier for interacting with machine learning. Like, if we really believe AI collaboration is the future, then we need to focus on methods development that makes that easy, efficient, reproducible, less burdensome. And I think that's where really an opportunity to make that workforce, bring it into existence, but also not be so overwhelmingly tedious, which it is now, which I think is colors a lot of people's perception of the real cost of using AI.
Leo.
So I'm going to disagree that it's going to take 10 to 15 years. We've started teaching health data science to high school kids, inner city high school kids, and the way they're catching up is very, very rapid. So I don't think that you need a major overhaul of the education system. We start organizing datathons where you bring in people with different backgrounds, especially people who are disproportionately burdened by diseases and disasters. Because as I mentioned, they have to be part of this journey because we're not going the right direction if we're gonna be leaving them out. But there are so many things that we have started doing, which is organizing these datathons, bringing in community college students that are typically excluded from these events. And then we're going to Emory and we're partnering closely with Morehouse School of Medicine. So we need to extend the walls that are right now only bringing our kind into the mix because it's not gonna work. We're heading to we're gonna be a Titanic pretty soon if we continue this this course.
Lauren, I apologize. I'm not going to let you respond because I want to get more questions in. So go ahead.
I wonder if patients have a right to know which models are being applied to them and how well those models generalize to them and how fair and accurate it is for them. And since we have $1 billion left and we're doing, the disparity dashboards and performance dashboards, I wonder if we could have central dashboards that are public, not behind the health system's wall, where I can go find my hospital, see how well each model is doing in that setting for me, for people like me, and then have an informed choice about whether I want to be subject to that model or not, if that's feasible.
So let me add an edge to that so people know this is not a theoretical issue. It only became apparent to a bunch of doctors maybe 5 years ago that the way we estimated renal function was used a very crude distinction between blacks and non-blacks. And as a result, there's been a very constructive conversation. But until then, certainly the patients did not know, but I'd say most doctors did not know that this was happening. And so it's a great question. I think it's live ammo. It looks like you want to say something about it.
I agree that through both measurement and transparency, that will go a long way. Because through those two processes, measuring and making that transparent and available, that information, that flow of knowledge, and you talked about knowledge flow being so powerful, then people start having interesting ideas, right? Like it generates action. When it's invisible, we have no action because we don't know what to focus on. And that, I meant the collective we, whether we are patients, whether we're administrators, whether we're physicians. But once it's measured and it's transparent and visible and you see a disparity, all of a sudden it becomes like a calling cry for change. And I think in a future state, just like for quality measures, right now for quality measures, they are publicly available. Typically they'll be on a website. Now we don't do it by subpopulation, right? Like, and that's a regulatory component. Perhaps one day the regulations will be such that we are required to be transparent, measure transparent, and then make that available by subpopulation so that you will see yourself reflected in the data versus some obscure number like mammogram rates, right? Like, what does that mean when you may not see yourself in that data?
So, Lauren, we want to comment about this open label idea?
Yeah, I think transparency. And as Myers suggested, like look where we are now. The FDA doesn't mandate the release of information around testing pretty much at all. The documentation doesn't really agree. So like what we're really talking about is local dashboards and how things perform in a local population and so on. I would love to have transparency just at the broad general level what regulatory testing is happening. Just data sheets around each model that gets used. We have the same fight in FDA regulation of medications around sex because the vast majority of testing was done in men and not women. And eventually there was a big push that research has to include women in it and had to be legislated. We need the same sort of change around all possible factors that can influence AI safety. And it should be mandated that is made transparently available to both the procurers, the doctors, the government groups, and to the public. That's, I think, the basic foundation you need to have.
Thank you. I'm looking at the clock, so I apologize for those who didn't answer. Please ask a question.
Thanks for the great panel. So we have concluded that there is a very big problem of generalization. So to put it shortly, many models just don't generalize very well to the other distributions. And one solution that was mentioned was this dashboard that would keep track of certain important metrics. Now, one problem with that is that before the metrics have a significant change, you will need to churn a certain amount of patients that maybe come from a different distributions for which you would serve bad prediction. So why can't we spend some of that $1 billion to have simple OD detection filters on our models that would just flag patients that are coming from a distribution that is different from the training data, to abstain and not give predictions that are simply for which we don't have performance guarantees, so we don't know what they're going to do. Any thoughts on this?
Anybody want to take a whack at it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, out of distribution, I think is potentially a hard problem, especially when we start thinking about, if we start thinking about all the places AI can inject, if we're thinking language models and responding to messages, then you have sort of different notions of when you should abstain. And like, is that even fair if you're out of distribution to choose to abstain? So I think it's a complicated question. I think we need to invest more in methods to figure out when models, to make models better at knowing what they don't know. But I think it's difficult to imagine some, I think like if anyone's used the toxicity or hit the toxicity filters of OpenAI stuff, that this is it's a very crude mechanism that really runs in contrast to like how you actually want to use things. And I think that's an unsolved problem.
Lauren.
From a technical perspective, understanding what a distribution means in a way that is relevant to humans, that is semantically meaningful, is so unsolved that we're not going to have a good solution for that anytime soon, particularly when you're talking about complex data like imaging. The dimensions of that are so high that something that is power distribution mathematically can be completely clinically meaningless, and something that is in distribution mathematically can be a completely different patient population. So I think it's unreasonable for us to hang our hopes on that at the moment, and we need to put sort of human solutions in place.
I want to make actually a pitch in your favor, which is I think there are it's very hard to overestimate the healthcare system. And so, for example, we published back in 2009, if you just did very crude, using a very simple Bayesian model on visits to the emergency room, you could identify a whole bunch of outliers, which were very major outliers that had with a very high PPV domestic abuse. And it's just because they're so way out of band. And the thing is, as human beings, we're not very good, we're not given the visualizations, and we're not very good at seeing all the different fractured ribs, all the different psych evals, all the different GU. But it's actually computationally not a difficult challenge. I'm saying there's some big effects, is what I'm trying to say. There's some really big effects that we should immediately trigger and say, this patient is a way outlier, and we, at least figure out why this is a data error, if not a very unusual patient. And by the way, for those of you who are not doctors, this happens all the time, not just domestic abuse. There are diabetics who don't respond the way we think they should to medications, inflammatory bowel disease. Medicine, there are some very, very large effect outliers, and it's not going to solve all the problems, and Lauren's right. But we do such a terrible job in even identifying major outliers. It ought to be a job well done for a bunch of very vulnerable individuals. You.
Thanks, yeah. I'm not sure this question is going to make me look smart, but at least despite the jet lag, I'm still
Are you going to take my $1 billion
awake.
though, again?
Yeah. So I really like that Leo mentioned a couple times that we shouldn't just be thinking about model accuracy over time. We should really think of the model as an intervention and think about what's the downstream effect on the outcomes and equity. So in medicine, we know how to evaluate interventions, namely with a randomized controlled trial. Because you could be introducing a model and then you see, oh, patients live longer now. But maybe there was already a time trend, and if you hadn't introduced the model, patients would have lived even longer, right? So to really get the effect of introducing a model as an intervention, you need a randomized controlled trial, maybe. What do you guys think about this? Because like the way a model intervention works in one hospital could be different in the other hospital. So are we going to like design randomized controlled trials in every hospital where a model is going to be deployed? I don't have an answer. It's a question.
Yeah, I'll try an initial answer, but I do think that the body of literature around randomized controlled trials, prospective randomized controlled trials of AI models is evolving, right? So even with beyond say that local health system, we need more studies that demonstrate that a model actually improves outcomes from baseline using our gold standard, which is prospective randomized controlled trials. So I think that's the first iteration. But the second is, as these tools become increasingly available, is there an opportunity to democratize access to randomized controlled trials? Like, is there a future state where you could, with your local population, actually, with a tool, be able to develop a randomized controlled prospective trial that essentially is following your model once you've already deployed it, and perhaps it's even in silent or something, but you're now collecting that data on your local population. I do think there is a future where that will be possible if we choose to develop that type of technology. So
I'm not going to let anybody else answer because we have one last question, and then I'll ask Leo to answer that question.
All right, thank you. So in my clinical half of me, I'm a hospitalist. Hospital medicine as a subspecialty did not exist 15, 20 years ago. What will be different in the physician of 10 years from now? So I think most of you are MDs. Jason, you play one on TV. But what will be different about either the subspecialties or a subset of physicians or the practice of medicine in general for physicians as a result of what's going on in AI, or the other option is what should be different, but we may not be heading that way.
Leo, that's a good question.
Yeah, I think AI will be part of the team. So when you're rounding, AI is going to be there. And you could ask questions to the AI. You could pimp the AI as well. But I think she is going to be a very important part of the team 10 years from now.
Anybody else want to take that on?
Oh yeah, I think there's some specialties. I mean, we've been all saying, oh, some specialties are going to be doomed. Well, if you're straightforward diagnostics, you might be doomed. So if you're a radiologist that only does diagnostics, if you're a pathologist that only does diagnostics, the science, the computer vision is quite impressive and better than our 2020. So I do think there's going to be an evolution in some of our specialties. For those specialties that are diagnostic and provide direct patient care treatment, the way that we give care, exactly like you said, more of a co-pilot. Maybe there's AI, and Cami, my AI assistant, is going to help me out. I think we're going to be able to provide better care to our patients. Are we going to be able to address our workforce challenges? I think we will. I think there's going to be, probably starting with nursing, where care teams are augmented and we're able to address some of our workforce challenges in both our nursing as well as our physician workforce. But I will pause there.
Jason, do you want to say anything?
I mean, I just generally agree. I think, the future will be for AI, assisted clinicians. And so,
Lauren, I'm going to give you the last word, especially because, in fact, let me see if I can recall it correctly. In 2016, I think Hinton said that we wouldn't need to hire any more radiologists. So go for it.
Yeah, I'm very different. In 15, Hinton said we don't need to train more radiologists. And by in 5 years, radiologists will be obsolete. Currently, radiology is a thriving specialty. No one has lost their jobs. Sure, things will change. Job descriptions will change, but we've just been talking this entire panel about the need for a new workforce. and there will be a need for doctors to be involved in that workforce. So, radiologists will be increasingly taking responsibility for AIs as well, and that's going to be part of the job description. We're not going to see huge shifts in the work, the ability to be a radiologist anytime soon.
So I would just want to thank the panel for doing an amazing job and fielding all these questions. And I suggest we all join together in applauding them.
So thank you again, panelists. So this pretty much wraps up day two, sorry. Day 3 will be tomorrow. Sorry, for me, I want it to be done, right? But this is just bookkeeping, so tomorrow it'll start at 9. It will be at a different location, MIT CSAIL. What we've highlighted is the door that will be open tomorrow. There will be very exciting invited talks, panel discussion, roundtables, debates, doctoral symposium, and lightning talks. So please do join us there tomorrow. Now, another thing is we are really interested in your feedback. This is our first in-person iteration of CHIL, and so we want to know what worked well, what didn't. And so when you get a chance, please do go ahead and fill this out. And then for those of you that are joining us for the social, this is just a reminder, we're just going to head down to Microsoft, or the Nerd AI conference. It's about a 10-minute walk down to Memorial Drive. You can see the map. And please, please, please bring your ID because you will have to sign and be checked in. With that said, see you all tomorrow.